Hello everybody, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How's everyone doing? I hope everybody is good. It is pissing down in the game, and apparently we're going to catch the tail end of a storm here in the UK, so the next couple of days might be complete write-offs for going outside, which is perfect because I've got the day off work Thursday and Friday, so I can stay in and play video games with you fine people. Welcome in. So why have we got orders? I don't want to do that. I don't want to fucking do that. And also, can I fucking 5-star these guys? Oh, okay, so what I need to do is where are we on the map? With it? Yeah, we're there. So I would like to know about orders for Mr. Impossible. Right, that one's fucked. That's fine. Altman's lab. So, how bad is the drive up to the aeronautical engineer? We're pretty close. So we could go and grab that. And then we could go and do that. That's fucking crazy. 45 minutes. 45 minutes to get around the entire fucking map. For a trial they think will be truly impossible. It involves recovering hazardous chiral sculptures within a time limit. Their containers will leak VOG if broken. Show them what you can do and retrieve the sculptures. Time limit 50 minutes. Oh, 45 minutes is if you want to get S rank. Okay, I mean, I kind of feel like maybe, yeah, I mean, I could do that one off stream because that's going to be stressful, and this game has been stressful enough, so we'll ignore that for now. Velda, welcome in, dude. Good to see you. How's it going? Let me move the mouse over here so it's out of the way. Welcome in, Velda. I hope you're well. So we need to get to the Lone Commander, but we also need to get up to. Oh, we got one. Oh no, shit. Okay, it's already been done. So we need to get up to the aeronautical engineer. And then we go down, and then we can go to the Lone Commander, and then back. Cool. Cool. Coolest of beans, we can do that. Ah, you motherfucker. Hang on. I'm not taking that cargo damage. Fuck off. Honestly, dudes, the fucking cargo damage in the truck is so inconsistent, and it's just... The thing is, I get what they were aiming for, but it always feels cheap. It always feels like, oh, fuck off. Like, that didn't, you know, that doesn't really feel fair, you know. Because, yeah, like I said, other times you could be fucking literally, like, hopping over rocks with the truck, and it's fine. Right, I just want to get to the fucking mountain. Voice. So annoying. I've got like two fucking issues at the same time with my voice that have been going on for like a year now. It's really croaky and breaks up, but also it goes like I've got fucking, like I'm going through fucking puberty again at 40. It's really fucking annoying. because as I'm trying to say something, I can feel my sort of like voice box struggling, and then I overthink it and I mispronounce things because I'm worried about like not being able to fucking say the word, and I get in my own head about it. It's so annoying. Such a weird fucking symptom to have. The brain fog just makes you bad at speaking. Something I've been doing at length, which you guys can attest to, those of you that hang out in my stream. Something I've been doing a lot of for a long time now. Yeah, I think we might be able, because we've got the spiked tires, we might be able to just fucking send this, you know? It might be a bit slow, but... Oh, God damn it. That's a good smoothie. Although, I've had a couple of text messages from my doctors saying I need to call up and arrange an appointment to discuss diet and lifestyle, which, you know, I haven't really bothered to do because I know my diet and lifestyle needs to improve and I'm already sort of making changes to it, but they keep fucking bugging me, which is weird because they're fucking really nonchalant about anything else. So I'm gonna have to fucking call them up and say, what, you want me to come in to the office, to the doctor's office, to sit there and say eat less sugar and do more exercise, because I already know that. I need to start working out. Yeah, I mean, find a form of exercise that works for you, because I'll be honest, I think a lot of people have got into the trap of thinking that, you know, the only thing they can do is just go gym and fucking do cardio, and it's not for everybody, you know. And yeah, if you start doing an exercise that you really don't get along with, it's going to be very difficult to maintain the kind of consistency that's required to see results. Nose, man. So yeah, I would suggest that, yeah, you think about kinds of exercise that you can start off with, and remember that at first it's perfectly fine just to go for a long walk. Like a long walk every day is actually really fucking good for you. Bad place to leave a motorcycle, mate. A long walk every day is actually really good because it elevates the heart rate, but not enough to cause physical fatigue and strain. And it's low impact, and it's a good way of just raising your sort of, you know, normal calorie burn, which is the initial stages of sort of diet and exercise, is assessing how you can burn a few more calories, as well as figuring out what you can change about your diet. So you put less in, you take more out, and you find like a deficit. So figuring out how many calories you need a day to not feel hungry, and then just being like 5 or 6% underneath that means you never really feel that hungry, but you are slowly tracking downwards in terms of like calorie intake. And that's the thing. People like cut really aggressively. Sorry to bombard you with this. If you want me to shut up, I'll shut up. Make a habit out of it. It's hard to create new habits for me. Yes, well, I mean, habit. You know, changing habits is really difficult. You're not alone there, dude. That's why habits are habits, right? You get used to it, you become second nature, your body starts to rely on it after a certain amount of time. It expects things at certain times, in certain circumstances.
Order completed. Well done.
So to get to a stage where you consciously change something against your body's will, it's not easy. It really isn't easy. So baby steps. Small, sustainable change is the one thing I preach to everybody. Like, I'm not in the best shape, but I am in much better shape than I used to be. And the one thing I always tell people is that small, sustainable change won't get you results as quick as aggressive changes. But I tell you what, you are infinitely more likely to maintain small, sustainable changes. The amount of people I know that make sharp, aggressive changes to their diet and exercise and lifestyle, they can't keep it up. It's just too much of a shock, and they end up worse than where they were before, because when they relapse, and start eating and drinking and, you know, not doing as much as they, you know, like they end up overcompensating to go back to normal, if that makes sense. So they try and do all this stuff and they get so burned out, they return to a baseline that's worse than where they were before. And that's super, super dangerous. So I don't want to preach or tell anyone how to live their life, but please make sure you don't make that mistake, because that's really heartbreaking to see, is someone suddenly making such an effort for 6 months. But then you speak to them and they're like, oh, dude, it's been fucking 4 weeks. I've not done anything. I've just sat on the sofa every fucking day. I can't get the motivation to do it. I can't get out of the house. I can't fucking eat properly. And it's because they fucking just burnt themselves out. And they've made like, they've created this idea in their head that fitness and well-being is going to be really fucking strenuous and difficult to maintain. Which is, yeah, I'm not wearing my hat. Using moi. We're not wearing a pod. That is fucking hideous. There we go. It's a bit more like it. Autism makes me resist the change. Yeah, exactly. If you're in a habit with like neurodivergency, and obviously like your routines may have come and developed and been designed subconsciously to help you with managing your autism, which means changes can set off things not only with your diet but with your autism and stuff. So it is fucking super difficult. It's turned to serious shit. I would not change it radically. We are the menopause. Were there mempos? But yeah, it's small sustainable changes, because yeah, I see people making really aggressive changes and then just relapsing so hard and just yo-yoing backwards and forwards, and that's also really bad for you, because if you're yo-yoing of like 3 months of being good, 2 months of being bad, 3 months of being good, 6 months of being bad, 2 months of being good, it just, your body never normalizes, and your body needs to normalize. It needs to get used to things, which is why small sustainable change is the motto I always preach to people. I don't want to tell people how to live, but it's just the one thing. There's a lot of diet information out there that's complete bullshit, and everyone's trying to sell you some snake oil. But the fact is, small sustained changes got you to where you are. So small sustainable changes will get you out. You know, it's the what got you here will get you out. It's just you need to make sustainable changes in the right direction. And then that's why, because it's easy for all of us to just sort of, you know, just do what's easy. But unfortunately, the food we have access to and the lack of, you know, ways to do sport sometimes because of physical limitations or geographical locations where there's no places to do it safely or whatever, it's too expensive because the only place to do it is a gymnasium that charges £60 a month or something scary. There's limitations, and obviously we need to be everywhere all the time really quickly, so we can't really walk everywhere like we used to. So, you know, public transport is shit, so everyone has a car. Once you have a car, you don't walk as much. It's just, yeah, it's difficult. Mempo. Oh, the samurai mark. Yeah, there's I'll show you, hang on. I'll show you, because it's referencing something. Look what it's called. Unusual mask discovered by the adventurer in the snowy mountains. Has an otherworldly air to it. When the adventurer saw the mask, he was reminded of Mount Yotai in Japan. Named accordingly, blocks direct and reflected sunlight. Food I have access to is infinitely better than a lot of people. Oh yeah, yeah. I feel sorry for my American friends. My American friends that are on cuts and stuff. There's just a salad and some bits and pieces, like the tomatoes they get and the fucking celery, and it's just all of the stuff they get. It's not great. It really isn't great. So yeah, eating healthy in certain parts of America is so difficult because yeah, all the produce is really like, you know, processed to begin with, and it's also sort of, you know, been manipulated and grown in a certain way. Nilo, welcome in. It works on YouTube. Let's go. How's it going, dudes? Feel sorry for us too. We're artificially fucked these days. Yeah, like it's crazy how much agriculture there is in America, and yet how like processed some of the produce is. It's kind of wild that like you guys have all the space to do it, and that arguably the climate is fairly good. But obviously it's just a very people's approach to food is very different in America for one reason or another. And the thing is, I don't say this from any position of superiority. The UK is becoming like this as well. The quality of the food, you know, us leaving the EU and making it more difficult to import food from Europe means all that lovely fresh produce is no longer as fresh. It's weeks old. It's a week and a half, 2 weeks old before we even get a look at it. And it's fucked because, you know, like produce, the reason you buy it fresh is because it's fresh. It's better for you. Healthier, it's tastier, it's got more nutrients and vitamins and minerals. But yeah, if it's, you know, if it's harvested and then it's packaged and then it sits there in a fucking food truck on a motorway in fucking Calais, and then days go by and it fucking ends up on a ferry or a ship, and then it takes a fucking afternoon to get it over to the UK, and then once it lands in the UK it's got to sit there for about a fucking day and a half whilst they process all the paperwork, and then it gets delivered, which takes a day and a half, 2 days, depending on how far north of the country. Because I feel bad for the north of the country right now, because if we're importing fresh produce from Europe and it's taking this long to get to my supermarket on the south coast, where, you know, I mean, you know, Dover to Calais, I live down the seafront from Dover. It's like an hour's drive from me. So, like, it's not that far to get the truck, you know, from the port of Dover to where I live, to like my supermarket. So the produce isn't even that old in the UK, and it's still going out of date before I have a chance to finish it off. So I feel bad about the fucking Midlands, because it must be delivered to them like a few days later, so they've got even less time to eat it before it starts to just disintegrate inside the packaging. I'm gonna sneeze. No? Excuse me. Well, welcome in, Neil. It's good to see you, dude. I hope you're well. Did work, legit. Well done. Yes, so what I need to do, what I figured out is I need to put a cooldown that's a timer on the function, so that at the end of either, well, actually both triggers run the same function, because it's obviously the function that does something in OBS. So at the end of the function, what I need to do is I need to put a cooldown of 11 hours on, so that if the YouTube one or the Twitch one fires, the other one won't fire for at least 11 hours. So if you want to jump into either, and then once I've got that functionality working, I then need to cascade that functionality across to the whole, you know, which will obviously be a little bit fiddly. However, I don't want to develop the tech debt. Sorry to talk about work things. I don't want to develop the tech debt by building a function that is separate, that takes the value of the last person that it fired on and then delays that, because that'll only work if I do it for multiple different, you know, people on a list. Which means I'll have to build a regex list feed, and yeah. So what I need to do is build something that works and then remove the names from it. Oh yeah, the lone commander's all the way over there. So actually, we kind of want to just fucking go to. We kind of want to just go to the fucking monorail, to be honest, because we get the monorail over there. Yeah, that's what we want to do. Excuse me. And also, the station with the monorail is, I might see if I can rest until morning, so I can see where I'm going, for fuck's sake. But yes, what I need to do is build a cooldown into the function so that it fires, depending, it doesn't matter which greeting you get, it just fires on that greeting, and then it deactivates the function until the next day. So I need to get date and then, you know, get date and set, you know, today's date value, then today's date value plus 1 to the day field, and then if date is blah blah blah, you know, run function to reactivate it or something. But there might be a cooldown built into the Streambot program. I might be able to just set a cooldown for a certain amount of hours on the actual trigger or the actual action, because it doesn't matter if it triggers or actions. If it's got a cooldown, it should hold. So. I don't eat the healthiest. I could eat very well, and it's healthy enough. Yeah, I mean, all you got to do is eat healthy enough. Like, you don't need to eat healthy food every single fucking second of your existence. You can enjoy food, because that's the other thing I see is people like, they abruptly stop eating anything enjoyable and they only eat things that are good for them, and that means eating very bland food after, and the body freaks out because it just doesn't have the sugars and the flavors it had before, so it becomes quite difficult to adjust. So I think slowly, you know, allowing yourself to have like 1 or 2 cheat days a week, and then only 1 cheat day a week, and then only 1 or 2 cheat days a month, and then 1 cheat day a month, like payday. Because what I used to do when I was cutting quite aggressively, I only had payday as my cheat day. So I had 1 cheat day a month, not a week, a month. So I would eat reasonably clean. I would eat a very small breakfast that I made at home. I would have soup and bread for lunch, and I would have something very, very small for dinner and a lot of carbonated water to sort of fill me up. But I was borderline starving myself for my calorie intake. That was actually a bit too far, because I got to a stage where I cut my arm by accident, and it didn't close up and heal properly. And I remember talking to a friend about it, and they said, yeah, like, you've been like not eating any protein or any sort of, like, you know, your body doesn't have the building blocks. It hasn't got very much, because you're cutting so hard at the moment. For me, you know, I know my friends that go to the gym proper, they're fucking, my cut was their baseline. Their cut was fucking scary. You know, we're talking like, you know, a big guy that needs 2,000 calories and they're on like 950, like fucking really aggressive cuts. Borderline unhealthy. But if you need to slim down for a competition, you need to slim down for a competition, which is why it's not healthy. You know, these big fucking jacked guys, really not healthy. It's not healthy. You know, there's a physique that is healthy. That is what I would like to aim for. But at my age and with my habits, it's not going to happen. But yeah, people that are super, super jacked, it's not healthy. When you see them like really thin, like Rizzler skin, like, you know, dehydration, that's what it is. It's dehydration. It's not healthy. I was mentioning the other day, always best to have a single source of truth to go off, like the general timer on the function, than to have an extract overhead. And no one says, yeah, body freaks out when I actually remember to eat. From what I hear, FDA approved is like a toddler cooking. You know, you just get muddy water, 5 dead bugs floating on top of it. The toddler praises it for being protein rich and healthy. Maybe exaggerated, but I do hear people go to the US coming from different European nations, get sick with the food. Oh yeah, Veldai, it's fucking crazy. Like, the amount of American tourists I've seen, they go to Europe and they have pasta and pizza and all kinds of meats and stuff. And they're like, we eat a meal and then we just walk home. Like, we're not lethargic and, like, you know, sleepy and unwell. And I don't feel foggy and kind of like disorientated. I don't feel like bloated or anything. And they're like, I've been eating like, and the thing is, they say that they eat like pasta and pizza and carbs all fucking day, every day. They never feel unwell or feel like they do when they're at home. And they lose weight while they're out there. I'm like, you need to understand, guys, like, you know, your food is really not good. It's not fair on you. A prosperous nation like the United States, you guys should have like so many regulations around food, but it's crazy. You guys were just a little bit behind on the food regulations, and it's still echoing on. It's fucked, because like I look at the athletes you guys have. Like, you guys have some fucking insane athletes. Like that guy at Phelps, the swimmer, fucking insane phenom athlete, and LeBron James and Steph Curry and fucking brain, come on, oh fuck, what's his name? Oh my god, I hate when my brain does this. I know the person. Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, you know, Tom Brady, Michael Phelps. You've got some absolutely fucking Herculean athletes. It's crazy to me how like their younger lives and their come up physically, the quality of the food they would have had access to. It's fucking crazy, and it scares me. If you guys had the quality of food that Europe has, the athletes you guys could produce would be fucking terrifying, because you already produce some absolutely unreal athletes. So if you guys had European quality food, yeah, it would be fucking over. It would be over. And it's weird because as far as I can see, in American culture, the Olympics get taken quite seriously. Oh yeah, my truck is fucked, isn't it? Need to repair it once we get to the other end. But yeah, if you guys had the nutritionists and access to European produce, you guys would be cranking them out, mate. Because yeah, you already are, even with the low quality food that you guys unfortunately have to deal with. Only from up here, nervous love. Saying calling it food is a stretch. Well, yeah, and like, what's fucking wild to me is like, I've seen people like handling foods in America. Look at that fucking avocado, dudes. Look at that watermelon. That banana. That's not right. It's not real food. I don't know what they're doing, but it's not real food. I mean, watermelon doesn't bend. It just, and bananas don't. They flex a little bit. They don't bend. These Italian kids, fuck yeah, they deleted it. Those Italian kids crack me up. But yeah, I feel so bad for you guys that low-income families are going to the shop and buying fruit and veg, and it's fucking clearly like not real food. It's like some sort of substitute. It's like, fuck's sake, they're making the right choices, and they're still being fucking ripped off and mistreated. It's fucking terrifying, dudes. We are what we eat, stretchy, rubbery, and definitely bad to the world. Wow. The thing is, like, the rest of the world looks at you guys from the outside, and I see people being critical, but I understand that people are a victim of their, they're a product of their environment. This is one thing that, it's one sort of viewpoint that I've always had, I've had for a long, long time, is that after going out into the world and meeting people of all different walks of life, you really can rationalize a hell of a lot of why people are like the way they are. You can really rationalize a hell of a lot. I think that under the circumstances that somebody grew up and had to survive, and once you start to piece together that this person acts like that because this is the life they've had, when somebody acts like that and it upsets you, you can rationalize it and say, okay, they're very defensive and aggressive and kind of a bit judgmental because of the life they've had. Not because of me, because of the life they had. They don't know me and I don't know them. But they're obviously very upset, and as a result, that's their knee-jerk reaction. So suddenly you can take yourself out of the equation and realize that, hey, maybe they're just having a shitty day. Don't get me wrong, I can still fucking... People have still pissed me off and I've still lost my temper with them. No. I swear I fucking checked. Yeah. Oh yeah, I went to sleep till morning anyway. A lot of problems can go back to the difference in America and Europe. European idea of freedom. Go, I am free too. Europeans go, I am free from. Yeah. Yes, and the idea of, like, in America of, like, being the land of the free or whatever, it is kind of like when you compare the freedoms that other people in the world have, it's kind of like you guys are kind of being sold a lie, like you're free to do and say this and blah blah blah, but there's an awful lot of restrictions in your country, and the UK is the same, you know. And like when you go to Europe and realize that yes, it's a bit backwards, but at the same time they respect the humanity of things. They respect the humanity of things a lot more than, you know, some of us. Can I get fucking dead spot my controller? Excuse me. Right, so repair vehicle. Yeah, that's why, because our vehicle was fucked, but when we got here it seems to be repaired, and I was like, private room, repair vehicle is, it's fine. Okay. Right, so on to the lone commander to get this one order for these fucking impossible clowns. Mentioned the other day, I read that lemon-scented cleaning products in the US have more lemon juice than certain lemonades. Well, yeah, and there's a few examples of that in the UK as well. The things that, like, yeah, like a scented, like a flavored thing will have, like, strawberry flavored something will have less strawberries in it than, you know, less actual strawberry in it than something fucking like, you know, like an air freshener or something. It's got more strawberry extract in it. And you begin to realize that they're becoming more and more adept at synthesizing the flavors that we know and love without having to spend the money and the time growing the fruit that creates said flavor. But obviously the process that they're doing to synthesize that flavor is, you know, not very good, and we don't really understand the impact, the wide-scale impact that's going to have. Jack Sider, welcome in. Death Stranding 3, Son of a Beach. Could you imagine? So I read that Hideo Kojima has written a concept for Death Stranding 3, but they don't want to make it, which aligns with what I felt about this game. A few people have been like, I don't know, man, you're reaching, but I genuinely feel like they were not quite as focused on this one, which is why it doesn't feel as good. And it's why it feels like a safe sequel. It doesn't feel like a proper Kojima sequel where, like, yeah, they really change things up, game to game sometimes. And it's partially my fault because I went into it with high expectations. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have got my hopes up. Even with Kojima, you shouldn't take too many expectations into a sequel because they're so difficult to get right. However, but yeah, the fact that they've, you know, gone on record to say that they don't want to make Death Stranding 3, it really does align with how I felt about Death Stranding 2, is that it doesn't have that Kojima attention to detail and that polish and that refinement. And it does feel a little bit all over the place. It feels a little bit conflicted as to what it wants to be and everything else. And like I say, it all boils down to it lacks direction. And yeah, it's a shame. It's a real shame because, yeah, I mean, I don't regret it. You know, like I say, I know I'm critical of games, but you guys know me. I will pull the pin and not play a game if I'm not enjoying it. And here we are 200 hours in. All we've got to do is finish off some deliveries, and we've got the platinum trophy, and I've done the whole thing, the whole platinum I've done on stream, which is kind of an interesting challenge I set myself. But I do somewhat regret telling myself that I was going to platinum it from the go, from the off, because I've spent a lot of time doing deliveries that are not super fun for you guys to watch. I know it's hurt viewership a little bit, you know, which is a shame, but you know, it is what it is these days. But also I have grinded on the game. I've ground myself on the game a little bit, and it's kind of spoiled it a little bit, and I've got a little bit fed up with it, which is a shame. But yeah, it has been a bit of a slog, which is a shame because I don't feel like the previous one was a slog to platinum at all. I really enjoyed it the whole way through. So I went into this one expecting to, you know, fall in love with the atmosphere and everything all over again, but arguably the atmosphere hasn't been as good in this one for a number of reasons. But yeah, one of the things I really loved about Death Stranding 1 was it wasn't afraid to just go hands off and let the player just experience the game, which a lot of people interpreted as, you know, being boring and dull and a walking simulator and blah 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 blah. But yeah, like I've said before, it's, you know, in a world full of games that just won't shut the fuck up, you know, it is kind of nice to get a game that's just like, there's your objective, I'll see you in an hour, you know. It's nice. It is genuinely nice when games are like that, because yeah, video games, the fidelity and the graphics we're privy to these days, atmosphere is so fucking good in video games these days. You know, people used to have to work so hard to make 16-bit pixel art games atmospheric, because you were staring at a bunch of you could see the pixels. Like now, I can't fucking see the pixels on the screen, I just see the image. I'd have to stand about a foot away from it to see the pixels. But back in the day, you know, the pixels were fucking chunky. You could see them from across the room. So making that atmospheric was, yeah, you know, the music played such a huge part, which is why chiptune, not 16-bit music, was so good back then. But yes, I did go into it with expectations, which is silly. You shouldn't do it, and I know you shouldn't do it, but you know, I put my faith that Kojima had even more to show us, and like I say, they've obviously achieved what they wanted to achieve with Death Stranding 1, and they don't really have an interest in pushing it much further, which is why this game feels the way it does. What? Oh, it's a fucking express, motherfuckers. Okay. We are what we hamburgies. Time to cook dinner. Enjoy your hamburgers, dude. But yes, the UK is because that was one of the things they said to us. They're like, oh, if we leave the European Union, it creates more freedom for us to trade with other parts of the world. And I was like where? You know, the food we get from Europe is incredibly good quality and, you know, incredibly healthy and incredibly affordable. So I just don't see how we're going to benefit from getting food from elsewhere. And they're like, we can trade with America, and, you know, no offense, but I don't want American food. Judged on what, you know, based on what I've heard from my friends, I don't think Americans want American food. Holy shit, that's fucking quick. A minute 30 to get there. Trying to slow this down.
Croissant.
Boondog, welcome in. There's no way, brother. There's no way, brother. Without fucking destroying the cargo, there is no way. Oh, you fucking cunt! Oh, this game is fucking so done. We are so done with this game, dudes. We are so fucking done with this game. Fuck's sake, dudes. We are so done with this fucking game. It's so fucking stupid. See, there is a zip line there, but I don't think there's one outside. So I think somebody's tried to set it up, but yeah, the fact we can't make this in a truck going full fucking tilt. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. It's 30 seconds and we're barely even fucking halfway, mate. It's fucked. It isn't. Yeah, it's a fucking pretty fucking steep challenge. I mean, we'll see. But the trouble is that downhill bit. If we go too fast, we're going to damage the cargo. It's just, yeah, it's just it. And obviously, ultimately, I just need to fucking deliver this shit. I don't really need to get any more S of S, rank, whatever. It's nice to get the extra likes, but these guys are almost there anyway. So I feel like, yeah, I need to know exactly when I can duck off. Right there. Real Mr. Payne, welcome in. Yes. Reliever broke up with Ferocia. I'm heartbroken. Heartbroken. Speedrunning madness indeed, yeah. I mean, with the trike, we can go a bit faster. And I think with the speed skeleton, I don't know if you still get speed skeletons in this one. But yeah, fucking, we've got 10 seconds and we're here. It just, because the truck just stops turning. You know, and then look, it just stops for no reason. Honestly, dudes, the fucking geometry on the ground is so fucking broken. And obviously, I need the truck to stop before I get out, otherwise you'll do some slow getting out of the truck animation. It needs to be in the fucking space. Yeah, that's that one's rough. Even with even fucking activating the terminal really quickly. Yeah, that's fucking wild, dudes. It's not it. Oh, man, these guys fucking suck. These guys fucking suck, dude. It's like a rally car race, a World Rally Championship race, yeah. Have you got sub orders? Yeah, you've just got that, haven't you? And yeah, 50 minutes. If it took us a minute to get from... It took us a minute to get from... wherever the fuck the lone commander is, they've just disappeared. So if it took us a minute to get from there to there, rough terrain that is, that's 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It's going to take us 20 minutes. Just to fucking drive around, and that's being lenient because obviously we've got a fairly clear path and we won't always have a clear path, and yeah, we've got to fucking fuck it, that better not be part of the fucking platinum, I swear to God, because yeah, we can get there. The thing is are the chiral structures going to be inside post boxes or something? Because if I put two fucking guns on and we just drive around with the gun shooting everybody and then jump off and try and hack the fucking... I just don't think we're going to be able to do it. Yeah, I don't like the sound of that one. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So. Oh, we gotta go all the way to fucking Hartman's lab. That's fucking long, bruv. Yeah, basically all of that lost cargo can be entrusted. Just to make space. But no Penny, no Ferocia, no... Who's that? No Jazzy, and no Enigma. Do you think I should make an emote with my face crossed out? And then just set up a bot to track who uses it. I'll be like, ha, I know who my haters are. Haha. Right, we're going to get to Hartman's lab. And to be honest with you, I'm really not looking forward to that fucking trek. But I suppose we kind of need to work it out because we're obviously the Magellan rating steals likes. It's not as good. We could jump there. But obviously if we jump there, we need the Magellan to take our truck. And if we take the Magellan to take our truck... Oh, I fucking hate this bit of rock. Yeah, we got to be careful we don't get the fucking Magellan rating. Because we didn't... You know, we'll have to leave the Magellan where it is. But we might be able to get the Magellan to jump us from there to Hartman's lab. We can take on the order, complete it. And then get the Magellan to come pick us up. As long as we don't do the delivery with the Magellan, we should be alright. Because we've got to maximise our likes. Which is crazy. Like, do you know what? I thought about this meme when I was playing Death Stranding 1. I still haven't made it. It's that kind of like this guy and then this guy, like A, like no, and then A, and it's like likes on social media. Likes in Death Stranding. I need to make that. Do you know what? You know what? Penny is OG cancel. We can't cancel Penny. Penny's wonderful. We love Pen. Because yeah, back in my day, what's the? There we go. There it is. There you go, gang. Did I spell that right? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. There we go. Because yeah, I'm sure we can yeet that on the. We can yeet that to the Death Stranding Reddit. I mean, I imagine somebody's already done it. I mean, I might have to check, but yeah. Racing line chat, minimal steering input, maximum acceleration. But no, we can't cancel Penny. Penny's wonderful. I made a clip in Penny. They are like, breadcrumbs is underrated. I love breadcrumbs. I had to make a clip of it. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Whoa. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. A loafer. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. No. This is the problem. Is it doesn't load the full list. And the problem is it was a while ago. Explode? Nah, there's way too many clips. I've made way too many clips on here, I'm afraid. I've made way too many. It was fucking probably like last year. But yeah, if I can find it. If I can find it, I will. But anyway, so yeah, we need to get to. So we could ride the monorail all the way to the Message Anonymous, and then it ain't that far. It ain't that far. We could do that on the way back, because for now we could legitimately just. Oh no, shit. Drowning in a sea of clips. There was a better, more contextual way to search for clips. Yeah, like if it would make transcripts and let you search it. Yes, it would be very nice. It would be nice. What would be nice is if I could just when I could click, if I click search, it loads a list of every clip without a preview, and just, you know, and then I can just search for the channel, or because you can't search the channel. I can't search my clips for Penny's channel, even though I should be able to do that, right? Oh, I left my fucking truck behind. Oh, what am I doing? Anyway, apologies, chat. Amongst all this, we do have the first ad break of the stream coming up, so I apologise. I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around. Grab a drink or a snack, you won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you'd like to follow without the alerts going off, please feel free. Once we're over there, the bot will say so, and then you're safe. There's no alerts over there, so once we're over there, if you want to follow and stay lurking, perfectly valid. But no, so I mean, the thing is, yeah, searching clips, yeah, it's not always, you know, required. I mean, somebody from Kate's community, Jade, bless them, she's made a spreadsheet, and she's like collects every single clip and name, so she can literally pull out any given clip at any moment. She can filter her spreadsheet and pull it out, which is kind of fucking giga chad. It's a really nice thing to do. But anyway, I'm going to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'll be back shortly, and then we'll continue searching for deliveries that are for people that we haven't 5-starred yet. Hopefully we can tick them off the list, and hopefully in the next few hours we can platinum this fucking game and then get ready for Metal Gear Solid Delta tomorrow. But yes, I'll be back shortly.
Does he fuck? Fuck, he does!
Sit down.
Angry like some Blackwater would-be business tycoon with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
I'll give you a bad case of someone just shot me in the head if you don't hurry up.
know. Yeah, it's one of those pronunciation things with Japanese. You don't say nanny, you say nani.
Shit, she's mad now. Oh, you took off her head? Jesus Christ.
Fucking one shot.
And with everything in hand, the time has come to rise against the Earth Tree.
Well, you say that, I've already set fire to it, mate, so yeah, I'm a couple of steps ahead of you. Try to, oh, the fucking... Wow, okay, we got away with that. I don't know how the fuck we got away with that, but I'll take it. Game, are you broken?
Yeah, this is big brain time.
Classic. Dedication to the bit, love it. What's up, Fluffy birds? I don't have any Not to worry, my friend, here I am. Guess what? Oh my god, the iframes! The iframes, oh my god. Quote of the day, by all means. All the redeems. Let's have a look. So today's quote of the day is, we value your privacy. Hang on a sec. I need to unlock it. I need to interact. I need to agree to cookies, of course. But I think that is probably it. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Excuse me. Right, so chart course. It's raining. But yes, a storm is coming, apparently. A storm is coming. And yeah, it's super fucking cozy to be indoors streaming, hanging out with you guys when there's a storm outside. I might as well take the fucking truck, to be honest. Excuse me. Jode, welcome. Do they truly value our privacy? No, this is the thing. This is the thing. We value your privacy, which is why the government mandated that we tell you that we're about to fucking breach it. It's such a fucking scam. GG's on second, Nick. Yeah, dude, it's fucking cookie policies. Like, we value your privacy, really? Is that why the government makes sure you have to ask before you fucking invade it? Yeah, funny how that works. That's interesting. I wonder if... That's very interesting. So I wonder if... because you joined from YouTube, your Twitch name is pink in my chat client. Your YouTube name is green, but the welcome text was red. And I wonder if it always does red. Is there anyone else in chat that can jump over to the YouTube and say hello? Oh no, sorry, don't worry, don't. I haven't built it for anyone else. So yeah, I wonder if it got the username. Oh yeah, we could do that. New true color of my soul. Yeah, so it's obviously it matches your username color, because I remember freaking out about getting the hex code for everybody, and then I figured out you could get the hex code as part of a pull on the API of the username variable. So when a user name is added as a variable, it also pulls a bunch of other values, and I can just tap into those values. Fucking tap that PI. So we got that. Oh, is it Express? These motherfuckers, they fucking want that Express, don't they? 6 minutes. Damn, the Mr. Impossible ones are fucking disgusting, dudes. They're fucking disgusting. I mean, a coffin board that far? Maybe? No, but it's got to be a fucking... It's got to be a vehicle. It's got to be a vehicle. That's fucking wild, dudes. 6 minutes to get from there to there. I mean, the monorail's not quick enough. The monorail wouldn't even be quick enough, dudes. Fuck, are we going to cover that in 6 minutes? Can I fit this on my back? Can. Fuck's sake, game.
I will always support you.
Fucking hell, game.
Commencing route creation. Delivery route 5.
Is that it? That 5% damage already? 2%. I killed it. For the love of God, I fucking killed it. Fucking killed it. Oh. Ah. Fuck. Oh, there goes another 5%, surely. Yeah. We're not even fucking going in the right direction, for fuck's sake. Okay, this is possible, but we need the perfect coffin board route. With none of this. Yeah, we need the perfect coffin. Yeah. Okay, so it's doable. Oh my god. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Fuck you, game. Right, okay, so it's possible, but yeah, we need the perfect coffin board route. Brain, if you could wake the fuck up, please. I had a coffee at 3 o'clock today, so I should not be this fucking out of it, but maybe it's still kicking in. Right, so we need to plan our route down the hill. So I am here. We need to go down the hill. Looks like there's a gap in the rocks there. Yeah, we should be able to use the river, surely.
Delivery route finalized.
Oh, you fucking would do that, wouldn't you? And then all we've got to do is navigate through those rocks. Oh, the markers are the fucking delivery route. Oh my god. Okay, down the hill and then up the hill, and then we'll figure it out from there. That was not that bad, game. Please don't take the piss. That was not that bad. It's just 2% damage. It's just a fucking tax. It's just a tax for making that drop. Doesn't matter how smooth you do it. So we want to go across. And then we want to use the river. So the river is here. So I just want to head for A. We can use the river because it's mostly flat. Ah, I'm steering away from that actually, gang. I'm actually steering away from that. Right, and then we can use the river to stay nice and smooth the whole way. I can't wait for the future patch where they add races with these things. It's just easy gameplay. It's just easy content. Right, so it looks like it's about to get a little bit choppy. And I kind of want to divert off. And I want to go... Yeah, okay, so from here, I want to go here, here, here. And then down this one. This should be reasonably smooth. And then as smooth as I can make it there. And then, yeah, just fucking yeet it all the way across here.
Delivery route finalized.
And then we can figure out a way up the hill. But yeah, this is the quickest and the most sort of direct route. I mean, 2 minutes. If we can just not damage our cargo from here, I'll whack a quick save down, because that's how this game works. Is we just keep abusing the quick saves, because yeah. I can't fucking see. Easy. Easy! Fuck's sake! It's just, yeah, they made the cargo damage system a little bit too fucking stupid. Excuse me. Please excuse me, chat. It's just, yeah, I've been in this game for 200 hours, and I'm beyond this whole sort of like randomly just launching into the air for no fucking reason and fucking just boom, 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 boom damage. It's just, yeah, I'm fucking done with it. I'm fucking done with it. It's fucking wild how stuck to the ground you feel 90% of the time. You go over the slightest bump with a little bit of speed, and yeah, you just fucking launch into the air. Don't get stuff in my way. Get out of here before it spawns. Get out of here before it spawns. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, we're still on. We're still on, chat. We've got to cut this peninsula. I hope it's not too rough. Hoping. Okay, yeah, 3 minutes. We're probably about halfway there distance-wise. And because of that, I'm going to not take the risk. I'm going to skirt round because it's not that bad. Right, so we're making reasonably good time. It's 3 minutes to travel this far, and we've only got this far to go. So all we've got to do now is whack a marker down so we know where we're going.
Commencing route creation.
It looks as if the smoothest way up this way, the smoothest way up that puts us where we want to be. If we have to ditch the coffin board and run from here, I'm okay with that. It looks like we might be able to squeeze up here and then shoot down there.
Delivery route.
So, as with all the Ubisoft classics, we just follow the dotted line, and we hope. Sam surfing on a Higgs coffin. Yeah, it is a cool addition. I must admit, they have added some really cool stuff. It's just they've kind of changed the gameplay focus a little bit, and they've kind of retconned the whole philosophy in the first game of like being non-lethal, avoiding combat, you know, not using guns, you know, because Higgs, one of the main components was like, you know, we would try really hard not to kill anyone, and Higgs would just show up and fucking just assassinate them in front of us, and we'd be like, fuck you, man, we just spent ages trying to save their life. But obviously Higgs was just, you know, all fucking chaos, right? Chaotic bad. They just wanted chaos, and it made their character so fucking charming in the process, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, this is a lot smoother than I was thinking, so actually this is only gonna take us about 30 seconds, so I thought that might have taken us a minute because we might have to be a bit rough with it, but yeah. Okay, chat. Okay. No, you fucking prick. Maro, you fucking prick. Maro, you fucking prick. How fucking... Oh my god. Slow down, slow down. Slow down. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Fucking Christ. There had to be a fucking stupid little lamp. And they need to turn the collisions off on those dudes. Those collisions need to be turned off. They are so annoying. Activate the terminal, you fucking prick. Right, okay. 2%, and we're under 5 minutes. That should still be. That should still be. Love him and hate him, yeah. And it's difficult to write a bad guy, because when you love the bad guy, you know it's a well-written character.
Yeah, it's impossibly shit weather out there, bro.
Drowning in a sea of clips. Yeah. Transcripts from clips would be good. Don't mind me. Sneaks back out. Broke it. It sells so well, though. That's why they value it so hard. Yeah. Unfortunately. Changes colour every time I show up, just to stress the system. This is how it becomes surfing sim. Don't make coffins like they used to. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. I'm back. That took longer than expected. No one has claimed third yet. Slacking, yes. Oh my god, that wasn't even that many. Like these guys, I fucking hate these guys. They're cringe as like people, and also like their deliveries and everything else. They're just so annoying. They're so fucking annoying. Right. And they've got no orders that I care about. So yeah. Right. I haven't 5-starred you, so. Yeah, okay. Right, so I'm going to see if we can beach jump to the next place that has... I'm going to see if we can beach jump from East Distribution, or the distribution hub over there. Oh, this is what I hate. Oh, the vehicles, they lose all torque. It's so annoying. Excuse me. Yeah, this is the thing, is we're getting down to these orders that are just really fucking annoying. Because the cargo damage is so bent in this one. You had to really sort of fucking yeet it to damage the cargo in the first game. You could genuinely get away with it a little bit, but this one is just like, nah. But the timing targets and the cargo weight is still the same. So, that is a fucking really annoying place for you to fucking ditch your vehicle, dude. That is a really fucking annoying place for you to ditch your vehicle. Stabby, welcome in. If Metal Gear Solid doesn't have the ladder scene from Snake Eater, I swear to fucking God, I'll find Konami slap the fuckers with a trout, because that scene needs to be in it for sure. Yeah, my understanding correct. Metal Gear Solid remastered. I haven't seen anything about it. It is Metal Gear Solid 3 remastered. Yeah. Sorry, Unit 1, but you're in the way. Right, let's boost down here. See what happens. Can't remember the words anymore. I can't remember it properly, I'm afraid. But fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what Jupiter. Let me see what the moon is like on Jupiter or on Mars. In other words, hold my hand. Oh, we could do that. What's that? Small? Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. Let's do that whilst we're over here. Yes. Whack it on the old back. And away we go.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. No one's claimed third yet. Your shit is green screen. Oh, the t-shirt, yeah. Excuse me. GG's on third, Stabby. But yes. Unfortunately, the t-shirt I won over at Molly Pods does get green screened out, unfortunately, because they are peas in a pod. So they do, unfortunately, get green screened out, which is something I didn't consider. I thought, oh, I'll wear that on stream, because it's a streamer t-shirt. And I was like, oh, yeah. Anything vaguely green gets fucking evaporated by the filters. But apologies, Molly Pod. But thank you for the giveaway. Thank you for the t-shirt. Oh, yeah, I didn't think I was going to hit that, but never mind. Yeah, we're going over this way, aren't we? Because, yeah, it is up the hill, but it's also to the left, to the right a little bit. Sam, we've got dangerous cargo, my dude. You need to fucking calm the fuck down. Good humour madness indeed. Better not be removing fucking ladder scene because I'll steal the boat and sail there. Belting sea shanties by myself like a pirate aiming to find Konami and smack all the people who worked on it with a trout. With a trout, a very specific choice of fish. Monty Python would be proud. You know what? Do you know what, dudes? I think I need to add. Oh, that's way too steep. You see, the thing is, I look and I can tell when something's too steep, so I don't fucking try to yeet it. But yeah, when I see something and it's not that steep, and I carefully just bounce my way down, and the game's like, no, sorry. We know you were trying to be careful, but no. How about some damage? You see, because this looks like it's definitely going to damage this cargo. You see what I mean, chat? How, like, I can legitimately take the piss and not damage the cargo. And it's fine. But other times, the slightest bump damages cargo. And I swear it changes per cargo, I think. It's just, that's what it is. It's just, it doesn't fully tell you how fragile things are. Things are fragile or they're not, yes, but yeah, some things are clearly like, I mean, this is like delicate cargo that's going to give off VOG if we damage it, so inconsistent cargo damage, only only Death Stranding things. So does delivering to these two, delivering to this shelter, does that fucking do both of them? Because what I could do is I could check. Sam, please. Oh. On the old social tran service, I could check the Adventurer and the Adventurer's Son. So they're both, but they're not quite in the same place. Oh no, they got the same amount of likes. So they both got 10631. 10631. 10631.
This is possibly the
1110.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
order completed.
Okay, they're both the same. Okay, cool. They're both the same. Right. Okay. So they both, when you deliver, they both.
Feels good.
When you deliver, they both get the likes. Cool. So from here, what I need to do now is check for orders. Oh. Ah, I've got to go to the fucking aeronautical engineer. Okay, well, yeah, we've got zip lines, so I could do that. I won't be a twat, and I'll move my coffin board out of the way. I'll park it over here, just in case anybody wants to borrow it. Of course he will. It's Crumbs. He loves Metal Gear Solid, and he's right to love it because it's such a glorious game series. Yeah, I mean, I stopped by. Get on the fucking zipline, brother. I stopped by InvisiKids, InvisiCat, sorry. Oh, hello. in VisiCat's stream, and they were like, they're not too hyped on it, which is a shame. But I think they're a bit burnt out on remakes, and I can kind of understand. But yeah, I'm kind of psyched to play it because the bottom line is I kind of want to buy it to sort of give Konami the vote of confidence that making these remakes is actually gonna, you know, because Silent Hill 2 was pretty good. There were a few things that weren't quite right, but you were never going to get it right because Silent Hill 2 is so it's so much lightning in a bottle. Silent Hill 2 is just, you had the perfect amount, the perfect people working on the perfect project at the perfect time with the perfect amount of drive and force and resources, and they were kind of a bit understaffed, but they were all talented, and it all just worked. Didn't have too many chefs in the kitchen. You just had a dedicated, you know, Team Silent was like, they were outcasts, right? Team Silent were outcasts at Konami that couldn't really fit into other teams. But I feel as if that kind of helped because it meant it was a small team with less opinions to clash, but they were all very talented at what they do. And as a result, we ended up with arguably 3 of the best horror games ever made, right? I mean, Silent Hill 1 is debatable. It's brilliant, but obviously it's aged quite a lot. But 2 and 3 are fucking so good. 2 and 3 are so fucking good. But yeah, we want to go over that one, don't we? Yeah. Anyway, let me just catch up on these messages. I apologise, chat. I've got a little bit behind. A lot of chat to just make sure. Gonna play Metal Gear Delta after Death Stranding, mate. Poondog, yes, I probably will. I need to buy it tonight. I need to purchase it tonight at 12 o'clock and then download it tomorrow morning, or I might see how long it takes to download tonight, and then I'll be playing it tomorrow from midday onwards. So looking forward to it. But yeah, Nilo, same as it ever was. He was such a charismatic bastard. Such a bastard, but he was so fucking charismatic with it, right? Just a good old-fashioned boss fight. Just like, yeah, there's no point in a big old boss battle. You can't win. And he just looks at this, the fourth wall breaker. He's like, you can't win. You know, it's just, yeah. And then the Magellan separates him in the middle. He's like, I don't break that easy. I'm not that fragile. I'm not fragile. I don't break that easy. I'm not fragile, I don't break that easy. He just keeps fucking saying it menacingly. Jim, you can't set confines to your green screen, to be fair. Well, I mean, you have to think about how you're filtering something. Like, you know, like there are certain sounds that you guys can't hear in this room because I've filtered them out of my microphone. And because of that, you guys only really hear my voice. But that's kind of what I want, right? It's obviously the microphone I've got now is much more sensitive and also much more accurate. So the EQ I've got is still okay, but I feel like I might need to fine tune it a little bit. But one of the key problems I have is I'm not too sure about other people. But can I do this from here? If I was to turn the TV off, turn the TV capture on. If I was to go to audio and my new mic and go to filters, if I was to add VST, that one. There we go. Right. Why can you not see? Normally you should be able to see my voice on this one. That's strange. That's strange. You can't see. Why is that? Why is that? Because I've got... That's strange. You can't see... Because I've got a plugin that shows me the wavelength of my voice. But yeah, you can't just turn that off because I may have fucking destroyed the EQ there. That's strange. Apologies. Hide that. Hide the TV. Excuse me. Yeah, I had this this EQ plugin for OBS, and it showed me the wavelength of my voice, which is super useful because I can see where my voice is, and then I can just isolate everything outside of that, and then I can see where various different peaks. So within the 200 to 300 kilohertz, and I can see where it peaks, so I know that that's the most effective frequency to adjust. And it takes a while, but yeah, I mean, if I was to if I turn my mic filters off, you can hear it's just like this is what a raw microphone sounds like in this room, and you'll be able to hear, you know, you'll be able to hear all sorts. But when I turn the filters on, it's only if I was to be talking. Okay, you still can't hear that, but hopefully it's filtering out a lot of the background noise. Anyway, but yes, this microphone's quite a bit more sensitive. But yeah, EQing is so fucking huge. It's such a fucking huge thing. Yeah, so we're up here. Oh, he's in the fucking Magellan. Okay, that's annoying. So, I mean, I think I've used the Magellan. I've moved it in the Magellan, I think. Who did I collect that order from? Maybe I didn't. But but I can't call the Magellan to here because that will. Do you know what? I think that might be a lost cause. But I'll try and zip line down. We've got to get to Hartman's lab. So yeah, going down to the chronobiologist might be the fucking play. That might be the play, and then we just fucking run from there. Oh no, we could go there. We might be. Do you know what? We might have a zip line way all the way there. Okay, so let's get to the aeronautical engineer and see if we can go from there. Because I think after I've built a few zip lines between some important places, I think what's happened is other people have picked up on it and they've started adding to it, which is a really nice feeling. Because yeah, mine are starting to get a little bit crusty, so we could do with repairing them, but that's not to worry at the moment. Now, fuck it, so what if I get destroyed by the cargo? I'll just repatriate you. Went shopping today and found out TK Maxx is dangerous this time of year because there's so much awesome stuff down there. Walked out with the whole shop. I settled for a little ghost pot instead. Well, I hope it's very cute. I'm sure it's very, very adorable. But yes, Halloween decorations start showing up and I'm like, oh my god, this is not just Halloween stuff. I could have this up in my flat all year round. Want some pizza Atami right now? Kojima recognizing you, Bread, going to the British like to insult each other and show affection. Yes, okay, good. Fuck the man over. I want to show appreciation to him. Met someone online who is actually from my town who knows people I went to school with, found them randomly in a guild. Really? Small world sometimes, right? The town or cities is bigger than the places near us, but smaller than others, you know. Occasionally you... possibly just a place nearby. Mine starts with a C. So sometimes you find, right, even if it's a very small town, sometimes they have a big Primark or a big TK Maxx or a big Deichmann's or whatever. And yeah, it's fucking wild. You end up with, like, you know, this enormous, great big fucking shopping centre. or shopping mall. I'll go that one. Okay, I'll go that one. In a tiny little town, it's got like a population of like 20,000 people, but they've got like a bigger Primark than one of the ones in London. It's like, what the fuck? But yeah. Or Mercedes Dawley. Great for isolating vocals and realizing how different your voice is compared to what you think it is. Well, yes, this is the thing, is that when you speak, the vibrations are also hitting all the bones in your jaw and head, and that creates an acoustic characteristic that other people wouldn't hear, obviously. So yeah, this is why hearing your own voice is so cringe, and that's one of the biggest hurdles with watching your own VODs to try and learn how you can improve. It's having to listen to your own voice. And what's wild is I remember, oh for fuck's sake, dude, learn how to bend a zip line. I remember when I first started, I could chuck a VOD on and just leave it on in the background, and I didn't feel the urge to turn it off. But there came a time where whenever I had one of my VODs going, I had the urge to turn it off. And I was like, if I've got the urge to turn it off, other people that are watching are going to have the urge to turn it off when I'm live. So I've got to figure out what it is. So I did splurge on a microphone. I didn't get the very expensive one. I got the sort of podcasty focused one, but I didn't get the fucking studio quality podcast one that's like several £100s. This one was like £240, I think, which is expensive. I admit it's very expensive for just a little old streamer like me, but I'm fairly confident it should hold its value. I should be able to resell it down the line if I need to, but obviously at the moment it opens up the possibility of an XLR. I don't want to get an interface at the moment because I know that the second you start adding more USB devices to your streaming setup, the more things could go wrong. And I've watched people just fucking absolutely battling with audio interfaces. So me personally, USB-C is fairly good quality, probably not as good quality as an XLR would compress it and convert it and everything, because that's only got a little bit of a space to have the processing stuff. So, oh, it doesn't fucking bend. This little microphone's only got a little bit of space inside to have audio processing to convert from an XLR compressor microphone signal to a USB signal that works. But it seems to be, it's definitely a step up from my previous microphone, which was the important thing. And obviously, £240 felt very expensive, but it's because my original mic was so fucking like ridiculously dirt cheap. It was so fucking cheap. I don't know what the majority RS1 is going for at the moment, but yeah. Loving my Shure SM7B, honestly, with Scarlett 200. Yes, well, yeah, that's the setup, isn't it? Yeah, an SM7B with a proper audio interface. When it works, you can't get better than that. The audio quality is so good. So my microphone is currently $15.99. So that's what I paid. I paid about 14 quid for it. But my original microphone that I started streaming with is like 15 to 16 pounds. And yeah, it's pretty small, pretty handy. USB-C comes with a little stand, which is kind of useful, but yeah. But yeah, that's what my old microphone used to be. And I filtered it to make it sound better, but yeah. But yeah, that's what I started with. But yes, you know, an SM7B. Fucking 400 quid, mate. 400 quid is so much. It's so much. Whereas I think mine's the SM7 Plus. So it's around 230 quid. It's not. It's kind of a happy medium for me. It's got like it's got the touch sensitive little thing that I can mute it with. And what's really handy with this Shure mic, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure the SM7B should have it as well. But I can have a mute button for the microphone on my foot pedal. So when I mute, it mutes the microphone device. So it doesn't matter if I'm on Discord, Skype, Teams, OBS, doesn't matter what I'm on. If I want to mute my microphone anywhere, I have a foot pedal for it. Bosh. It's muted everywhere. And because I mute it, using the system mute function, not a third-party solution, the microphone color volume thing changes red, so I know I'm muted. So I can tell when I'm muted because the microphone color changes, which is fucking super useful, really super useful. It's a nice quality of life thing. So that in and of itself is really handy. But also the extra vocal quality is really nice. It means I can EQ it a little bit. I mean, I need to save my current EQ, and then I want to start building a new one. But what I need to do is I need to... Does that go... But do we go away from it to then go towards it? I mean, I think they should connect. And then hopefully we can start adding this way. Whisper's on Discord, I damn it, yeah. Missed you on Discord. Not that close. Oh, you guys are reasonably close together, okay. Countries and regions got mixed up and I was so far off guessing where it was. I had to double check my county is actually West Mids. Mike is a beaut. I have a Blue Yeti Snow. Yeah, the Blue Yeti is a really, really good, another good sort of happy medium. Not too expensive, but very, very versatile. So that was all the way over there. Can we really not go to that one?
Hi, Sam. Feeling a little tired?
Dun, 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 dun. Someday. Expensive, yeah, they are very expensive. Yeah, 478 US dollars only available. Fucking payment plans. Ugh, coughing. Run all my sound input and output through a voice meter so I control every channel where everything is going and add VSTs. Yes, the OBS allowing VST plugins is so goated. You can just drag and drop all these plugins. Don't say it.
Is the drawbridge...
Yeah, the fact that I can just drag and drop audio plugins that are like the standard audio format into a folder, and then they show up as audio plugins in OBS. It just opens up a fucking sea of plugins to take advantage of, which is so fucking cool. And with OBS shader filter, you can just drop in like the text-based shaders for like all kinds of effects and stuff, which I don't use enough. I've got a bunch of them I never use. I put them on there, but I never use them. Did I apply the filters to this? No. I applied the filters to the actual camera, didn't I? Yeah. There's a bunch of them on there that I think are kind of interesting. And obviously, if we were to play like retro games that are pixelated, this would be really cool. But also, this reminds me of fucking photo booth on one of my MacBook Pros. The operating system, the iOS that I got. The iOS that I got came with photo booth, and there was like this warp on there. But this one's like dynamic; it moves, and like this is really fun. Like if you try and draw a smiley face with this turned on the camera, and you're looking through the camera, it's fucking wild, dude. Something is scrambling. Yeah, Soulstraw, welcome in. But yeah, I don't even use this stuff. But yeah, there's a fucking ton of them. There's so many of them. And they're just, they're just text files. You just load the text file of the shader. And yeah, it just applies. And there's obviously all sorts of stuff I could do. Where you guys could redeem stuff and like, you know, muck around with the webcam. But yes, this is what the t-shirt looks like. As you can see, this is what the green screen looks like without the green screen filter. Yes, this is what the t-shirt looks like. Look at these little peas in a pod. There we go. Right, so stop mucking around with things before you break something, breadcrumbs. But yes, the warp effect. I feel like if I was to turn down the intensity of the warp effect, I could make an underwater filter. I could make it like, I could get a water caustics image, and I could apply a warp to that and then have that as an overlay with an opacity. Then I could warp me as well, so it's kind of, and then I could make a blue color filter on the webcam itself, and I could be underwater, and I could have a little bubble GIF rising up every so often. So you can make me underwater if you wanted. Which, if I was to playing a game where we go swimming, you guys can have fun with. Excuse me. All the LUTs you can add to make your camera quality better. Yes, no, there's fucking shitloads. Like the shader filter for OBS is fucking bonkers, dudes. I see people like making tutorials for how to make an effect, and like it's all here. Like so many of the effects you could ever want are here, included in this filter. This guy is a fucking giga chad. And this is just what's included to begin with. You can just add shader text files that have the code of a shader in them, and they'll apply. But yeah, basically almost anything you would want to do. I mean, this subpixel thing is so fucking cool. I don't know how bad it would be on actual full-on gameplay. I don't know how bad it would be on full-on gameplay. But subpixel, and there's way more than that list shows. There's probably about 100. I'm not gonna lie. Where is subpixel? But yeah, you could CRT shade the fuck out of everything, which is cool as fuck. Because yes, although we don't use it very often, so many buttons these days, dude. So many buttons. We don't use it as much, but yeah, retro game mode is still on there, and it definitely adds something, and it was really heartwarming when we played Silent Hill 2. The enhanced edition, and I had the retro mode on. Somebody outright said, they were like, this feels like I'm watching my friend play Silent Hill 2 on the TV as a kid, and I was like, that's exactly what I am aiming for. Is that feel of watching it on a CRT TV. So yeah, and obviously we're playing Metal Gear Solid Delta, but I'm gonna test 1440p capture. Because yes, I want to stream at 1440p and see what it looks like. Retro mode, and yeah, so Metal Gear Solid Delta would be another great. I might turn it on occasionally. We'll turn on retro mode just to see what it looks like. Because yeah, like playing a game, because obviously I can see it at full res. It's only you guys on the stream that see it filtered, so it doesn't stop me playing the game or seeing things in game very well at all. So I can play the game like normal, but I can filter it to make it look like an old game. And it's got the CRT warp on the bowl TV and the AV thing and everything. I'm really proud of how that came together. And yeah, when I look back at the footage of Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition, when we had the filters on, it looked like Silent Hill 2, but on a proper TV. And yeah, a few people mentioned how it genuinely felt like it did. And obviously the scan lines are very pronounced. They're way more pronounced than they would have been. But that is arguably what it has to be, because the Twitch compression fucking kills if you make them actually small, so they're actually legitimate like every other pixel. So you get proper 1080i-esque visuals, or 640i, I think it was. Whatever it was on PlayStation 2. I think it was 480i, actually. 640 by 480i. I think it was. But it may have been... No, I think PlayStation 2 was full progressive scan. I think PlayStation 1 had a few interlaced games. But I think PlayStation 2 was primarily full progressive scan. I think. But I haven't checked. But yeah, to make actual scan lines that you can actually see on a Twitch stream, you have to make them a little bit bigger and a little bit more sort of pronounced. And obviously it meant making the lines you can see. So the dark lines are the normal brightness, and the lines you can see, I put a bit of bloom on there to give it that CRT effect. But yeah, anyway. Was it 480i? Okay, fair enough. Really nostalgic and a lot of fun to experience. Yeah, it was a really nice way to play the game, because obviously on my TV it was 1080p, like pin sharp, really smooth, 60 FPS, everything looked amazing. So yeah, it was fucking really nice. So yeah, we need to fucking dick off up here, but we have got an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screens. So I don't know why this one, it really isn't that far from us. Is it really over 300 meters? That really... No, it's not. Yeah, 0. Oh, it needs to be upgraded. Right, let me see if I can upgrade this shit. Let me see if I can upgrade this. Anyway, apologies, dudes. We have got an ad break coming, but I need to quickly use the loo. So I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a wrap and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but you guys know the drill. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, because I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you'd like to follow without any alerts going off, once we're over on the BRB screen, there's no alerts. The bottle says so. Oh, is it already a level 3? Is it? So 300, it should connect. Okay, I guess not. Right, I'll pause there. Excuse me. Yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on. But yes, to be honest, I've seen scan lines that big on mine. Yes, you can get them, but obviously, you wouldn't. Back in the day, you would have got a better TV, because there were scan lines, but not that bad. But the sub-pixel, the thing is, the sub-pixel, because it's so slight, the compression will just kill it. It's just going to make it look weird. But on my screen, I can see, like, it's created these, like, weird, like, 3-pixel red, green, blue, and white pixels, and they're sort of, like, a little bit out of phase. So it looks like you get that weird rainbowy hue, which kind of looks like a broken CRT. But yeah, you guys wouldn't be able to see it on the Twitch because of the compression, so there's no real point. That's probably why I didn't use it. Anyway, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll carry on. We don't even fat roll that bad. I think we're mid-rolling. Look at this. Look at this. The thing is, I think
You! That's the best one we've done.
Can I link something that'll help you out? Yes, because you're a VIP, it shouldn't time you out. If it does, I'll just remove the timeout, so don't worry. It's an alright game, but forcing the player to meticulously kill every single enemy in each run through is rather tedious. Yes, it is incredibly tedious. Yeah, incredibly tedious. What's this?
Stop it.
Game is over here, but look. Look at this little boy. Look at him. Look at him all curled up. Look at him. Curled up in a little ball, bless him. Little ball of floof, indeed. Indeed. Bless him. broke it.
But yeah, in Breath of the Wild, I say the same thing to everybody. It's like, just go and get lost in the game. Just get lost in the game. I promise you, that map is so charming, and there's so many cute little places in that game. Just wander around it and enjoy the view and take it in and get lost. Don't worry about where you're going. Just get lost, and you will find something. Be it an enemy to attack or a little valley with a little side quest. You will find something. So yeah, just go with the flow and get lost and see where you end up. Because I think that if you just subconsciously just move through the game and just, you know, don't really have any sense of real direction that you're heading for a long-term goal, you enjoy the moment-to-moment gameplay so much more, because you're not treating everything as a building block to a goal you've been assigned. Everything has its own significance in the given moment. Don't fuck with me, game. Game. Game, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me, game. It didn't want to let me do that. There's probably a proper solution. It didn't want to let me do that.
If we leave and, you know, because we left that cabin and we were being chased from that cabin, but then we ended up in another cabin. But does that count as the same cabin? I know that doesn't make any fucking sense, and I apologize. But
We're reasonable people. I'm sure we can work something out. What is it you want?
Finally.
you see the way his arms just fell off when I backstabbed him. Ow. I love the fact that their arms just pop off. Oh no. No, that is bad. That is bad.
Sam, your cargo has suffered catastrophic damage. You
Whoops.
can't complete the order.
Whoops. Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. So, yeah, we got to fuck oof up this way. Little fucking. You know, I might just run to the fucking road, to be honest. Fuck! I might just go to the fucking road. Welcome back. Thank you for the fuck. Thank you for that. Level 3 goes 350 meters. Yes, yeah, 350 meters. But yes, no, playing. One thing I'd like to do is there's a few games I'd like to revisit on original hardware. But rather than not revisit on original hardware, I'd like to revisit as emulated games. But we crank the graphics to 1440p, chuck in a few little shaders and a few little geometry fixes and a few other FOV fixes and stuff. And then slap the retro filter on it so that it looks more period correct. And one of the games that I've done so with is Wind Waker, but Nintendo are fucking ridiculous at like tracking people down. So I am a little bit nervous to play Wind Waker unless I get a GameCube. Well, I have a GameCube. I haven't used it in a while, but I would need to source a copy of Wind Waker for the GameCube, and it is not a cheap game. It's a collector's item. It's a bit of a niche platform. Nintendo shills are kind of ridiculous, so I think it's like 70 quid for Wind Waker on average for a copy that isn't scratched to fuck and still has like a case and a fucking manual. Because the fucking controller for the GameCube is wild, so I need the controls. But yes, it is possible to play it, you know, a different way. And obviously, if I was to own a copy of the game and I have a GameCube, then arguably I should be able to emulate it. But the legality is something that Nintendo usually tend to act quite aggressively on. So where's the fucking road? It ain't far. Because once I'm on the road, even if they come over and start, I should be able to outrun them. Who's this? Nutsake, welcome in. Still got my Wind Waker GCN copy. Special edition includes Ocarina of Time and the Ocarina of Time Master Quest on a separate disc. You might be surprised, dude. Limited edition. Yeah, 70 quid. So it's 40 quid. So why is that one so fucking expensive? Is that still sealed? Limited edition. So why is that so expensive? Like new, an item that looks like it has been taken out of the shrink wrap, no visible wear. Oh, okay. Text on back for mostly German or English. So yeah, it's not cheap. Not cheap. But I mean, 400 quid, you can get a GameCube. I'm not logged in, cool. So you can get a GameCube and also Wind Waker included. And as you say, it includes Ocarina of Time Master Quest. So yeah, I mean, that would do it. But yeah, 400 quid for a fucking GameCube. Bit wild. 312. Yeah, this is what I mean, dudes. The Nintendo fan base, they're so fervently fucking loyal and insane that everything for the GameCube is so eye-wateringly expensive. I mean, fucking come on, man. Come on. Come the fuck on, dude. I don't care. 400 bands for a SNES game. It's just, yeah, the Nintendo collector's market is full of that fucking appraisal and then fucking, because so in the collector's circle of any sort of, you know, thing that people collect, there tends to be a group of people that want to own the registration and the rating system, and then they want to make sure that only certain collectors have, you know, the 9.6s, right, or the 9.8s you might sometimes see. And then basically people buy everything to create scarcity, and then they start selling to the collectors that want to collect these items that are actually, and the thing is, the people that buy it, they're just going to fucking leave them in a warehouse somewhere. They're not going to fucking, they're not going to actually sort of sell them, or, you know, they don't have a collection. But yeah, I mean, the original Chrono Trigger, it is Chrono Trigger, right? And boxed, yeah, I would say that's probably worth 50 or 60 quid because, you know, it's like, but because of what happened, so many rich people just use collector's items as like a platform to like artificially bump the cost of things. And then all of a sudden, like the hobby, I mean, Link to the Past, you know, I'm so fucking annoyed that my friend had a copy of that. And I think at one point I saw a brand new copy boxed the lot for like £12 when the PlayStation 2 came out. I saw it and I was like, damn, a copy of Link to the Past, because nobody sells Link to the Past. Nobody chips or trades in Link to the Past, because even now it's still one of the best games I've ever played. I think it's arguably one of the most advanced games of its time, and it's genre defining for me personally. And yeah, I didn't buy it. I think I spent the money on some stickers and a fucking a grip tape for my skateboard that was about £11 in total. The tenner for the grip tape, and then I spent £1.50 on a box of a little leaflet of stickers. What are those little Ziploc bags called? Yeah, Ziploc bags basically. At the skate shop. But I could have bought a copy of Link to the Past, boxed copy for myself, so that when I got if I ever purchased a Super Nintendo for myself rather than just using my friends at his place. But yeah, because the first Zelda game was very primitive, very, very primitive. But Link to the Past, it stepped everything up in such a big way. And the sprite art, I remember it was one of the first times I saw sprite art and was just taken aback by how fucking beautiful it was. But yeah, double check the quality of the case, and if you've still got all of the registration cards and the manuals and everything else. Obviously, I wouldn't sell it if I were you, because, you know, it's like I say, collectors, you get these people that pretend to be the collector of items. They buy all the items, like they just buy up like 200-300, like 50-60 grand's worth of something that's collectible. And then once there's no supply, they then get their friend to appraise that collector's edition, whatever it is, for some absurd amount of money, and then they're able to sell off all the other stock at a much more inflated price. And they do this, but in the process they irreparably upset the economy for a collector's item market. And yeah, it fucking sucks, because they did it with coins, they did it with trading cards, and then they started doing it with video games, and the price of secondhand video games just started to fucking skyrocket. And it's fucking so shit, because I know people that have incompletes for the NES, SNES, N64, PlayStation. Yeah, they have incomplete sets, and ultimately owning every game for a console, if you've got the space to store it, it's a bit niche, but yeah, knowing that there's only 4 or 5 games left that you need, but because people have used your collector's niche as a platform to artificially generate scarcity so they could charge more money, means that you as a genuine collector are now priced out of your own market. And whereas you used to be able to go to Gamescom and, you know, various different video games conventions, and there will be stalls of people, like, it's not stools, there'll be stalls of people selling secondhand all sorts of stuff. But now, even like Pokemon, which didn't even really get that bad, Pokemon stuff is fucking absurdly priced. And it's bonkers to me how I remember fucking having a deck of loads of Pokemon cards that I acquired just by buying random packs. And I only had like a few shiny ones that weren't like the special ones that everybody wants, but they were the first gen of cards, you know, so I had a couple of them that were pretty rare, and they were the first generation of cards. Now, I don't think I looked after them super well, so they weren't like, you know, in mint condition, double sleeved or whatever they call it. But I had a handful of them that weren't, I didn't play with them very often, I just collected them because everyone collected them. And yeah, they're fucking, I don't know, they're gone somewhere in a cardboard box, probably down the dump when I was a kid. But now, because the fucking price of everything's jacked up, some of them would have been worth something. But yeah, I've got the special edition of Silent Hill 2, and I didn't know that, you know, it was going to become like such a fucking sought after item. So my box for Silent Hill 2 special edition is just completely fucked. It's literally peeling apart. But the internals, the disc and everything else, immaculate. And the manual's in good condition as well. So if I wanted to sell it, I'd probably have to spend 150, 200 quid on like a good example of a cardboard box sleeve, and then put my disc in there, and then collectively that would be worth, you know, a few hundred quid. But I want to sell it. Like, I played the fuck out of that game. And I've still got a PlayStation 2 down there. I want I want to free McBoot it, but I got a free McBoot memory card. It just doesn't seem to work, so I think I got scammed. But it was only a few quid. It wasn't expensive, you know. But I paid like 30, 40 quid for a free McBoot memory card, but it was like, you know, I think I got it off eBay for like 4 quid or something. I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll give it a try, but it doesn't work, so you know. And to be honest, somebody can have the 4 quid because it will cost me £2 or £3 to fucking post it back to them, so, you know, whatever. Basically, I got a memory card for 4 quid instead of £2, so, you know, I'm still not that bad off. But yeah, if you sold me a fake free McBoot card, I hope you stub your fucking toe. So the specular highlights are obviously a separate item because they're rendered even when the character is, yeah, that's interesting. Okay. No, it's not gonna. Thought I could get a nice super close-up bokeh shot, but no. No bokeh for me. Into the Past, still one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, it just, you know, going outside and the rain and the thunder, and it was just like, oh my god, it was such a leap, generational leap in like feeling in a game. And then sneaking into the castle through the fucking sewers at the side, and then figuring out that you could jump off of so you could jump down from like ledges if there wasn't anything blocking you. You could jump down, but if you jump down into a hole, you fall through the hole. And it was the first time a video game had ever simulated the idea that the map actually, it wasn't just a map, it was a map. So you would fall through a gap in one level and you would land where you should land, respective of the map's, you know, ratio and spacing. You would land where you were supposed to land, and you could use that as a shortcut or how to access areas you weren't supposed to get to straight away. And I remember the first time I jumped off of a ledge into a hole that was surrounded by rocks. I jumped off a ledge, I landed in the hole, and I was in this cave, and I was like, what the fuck is this game? I was like, so yeah, we just jumped down a hole into a cave. That makes perfect sense, but I just didn't expect a video game to do that. And I remember sat there with the fucking Super Nintendo controller in my hand, just like, damn, that's actually fucking insane. And that's, I think that was the first time it felt like a video game world, right? And I get dragged and called out for saying this, but it was the very first glimpse of what an open world video game felt like, where everything was accessible and where it should be. And everyone's like, oh, now you're being pretentious and reaching, but it genuinely felt, Link to the Past genuinely felt like, I was like, holy fuck, dudes, like everything is actually where it is It's not just loaded in like a screen, because back in the day we used to call them screens, right? Rooms or screens, whatever you want to call it. Even if it wasn't a room, if it was outdoors, it was a room because it was contained within the screen in the video game, right? But yeah, and also, I mean, the first game and other games did this as well, where you walked off the screen in one direction and you would go to the next tile, because maps were usually tiled. See, look, there's like, look how many, look, there's like fucking 3 of them right next to it. There's 4 right next to each other. Honestly, these ones are such a meme. Move. Oh, this game is a meme, dudes. This game is a meme, sorry. Sad that absolutely cringe seeing middle-aged men just wanting to grab all the newest booster boxes, the shelves. Oh, God. Dude, I have never cringed harder than when I saw a mother recording saying, "Sir, are you going to leave some for the children?" And he was like, "No." And I was like, wow, you are quite literally one of the most pathetic men I think I've ever seen in my life. They were grabbing them just for resale, you know? And I was like, Jesus Christ, man. What grown men taking things away from children. It's like the opposite of what men's job in society is to do. You know, they're fucking taking away and denying children things that they want. I'm like, holy fuck, dude. How did we get to this? How did we fucking find ourselves in this scenario? Where because of money and or greed, you've got grown men pushing families out of the way, or just getting to the shop first, and I saw like one photograph I saw was like a group of women and children and a man walking past with his head bowed with a cap pulled right down, and like a few of the kids were like, and he had a shopping cart full of these booster packs, and yeah. And I don't know how much they cost each. Somebody emptied a vending machine. Somebody literally emptied the entire vending machine. And so, yeah, the parents were there like, excuse me, this person has just emptied the entire vending machine of every single one of these things. And they were like, sir, we can't let you leave. We're going to call the police. You know, you can't buy all of the stock. And he was like, well, I paid for it now. You know, it's going to take you all day to get the money back. I want to go home. I've paid for something. You have got no right to retain me here. And I was like, what are we coming to, dudes, as a society, as a species of people? What are we coming to? I don't know the way this slot's all moving, because it means there might be something underneath there. But I'm just like, what the fuck, dudes? But yeah, like I say, it's like the opposite of a man's role in society. It's fucking taking things away from children. Fucking wild, dudes. And it's partially to do with the distribution method. You should have to order them. It should be 1 per person. You know, that's just the only fair way to do it, you know? And then if people want to sell them, they want to sell them. But the whole thing with Ticketmaster, the whole fiasco with scalpers, with GPUs and games consoles, we just need to move past the distribution methods we currently use, because they can't be trusted. The internet and the way people... So for me personally, the next gen of consoles, I want the order to be linked to my PSN account based on my hours played, right? I mean, a decent amount of hours played on my console means that I get the opportunity to put a pre-order for a games console on the console I own. So they do a software update, and then the PSN that's attached to it, you can order a console, right? And I know people will say, well, what if they make like 7, 8 PSNs? That's 1 console per console, right? And I know that sounds a bit stingy, but if everybody's sharing a console already, they can share the next-gen console as well, right? So, yeah, I think that the next generation, PlayStation, Xbox, everything else, the pre-orders should be done through the console itself. And I'm sorry, but I know that high street stores are going to fucking lose out, but tough shit. High street stores didn't do enough to protect genuine consumers from the scalpers. And GPUs were 5-6 grand each for a basic GPU. You know, people were buying 3 grand pre-builts because the GPU at the upmarket, at the markup price of the current market, was worth as much as the 3 grand pre-build, and they got a fucking pre-build out of it. And they just slapped another GPU in it and sold the GPU. So the entire pre-build market was fucked for a while. You couldn't get pre-builds, right? Every fucking 3090 and 3080 pre-build was just fucking gone. You couldn't get it. And the problem is, as soon as the scalpers get used to a market, they don't leave. So now scalpers are part of the GPU problem, on top of the fucking crypto mining problem, where you had people buying, you know, desktop GPUs for rendering, you know, 3D stuff in Blender and 3D Studio Max and playing video games, and they were repurposing them to just fucking mine Bitcoin. So Nvidia had to do a SKU that had no digital display out or HDMI out, that was just a number crunching GPU unit, just a compute unit, just to stop people fucking buying, because these crypto fucking bros were dumping like $400,000-$500,000 to build a rig, which with crypto being the way it was back then would fucking earn itself back in a space of 3 years. So yeah, the market was just absolutely fucked. And yeah, it's fucking wild to me how in a consumer market, a consumerist world, we were unable to get games consoles and unable to get GPUs. It's like, this is what consumerism is. How is there more demand than supply in this capitalistic, consumeristic world we live in? How has that occurred? Surely they should be making GPUs hand over fist, consoles hand over fist. And the problem is, because there was so much scalping and because consoles were selling out so much, production was probably ramped up to really, really churn them out. But the problem is, when you ramp production up of a new machine without learning how to revise it and make it cheaper and easier to make over time, there's probably a bunch of PlayStation 5s out there that are going to fail well before they should, because they were manufactured in a way that was just, yeah, too quick. So yeah, the knock-on effect of the scalpers in the fucking game, in the console and the GPU market was just, yeah, fucking shit, dudes. Will he tip over? Predatory scalpers and people who are only in for a hobby to make money. So this is it. And a lot of things have gone the same way. A lot of hobbies have become aggressively monetized, and in the process, we want to go to the, actually, do you know what? Rather than going up this mountain, we go to this, yeah, we should go to here. Sorry. Let me just get my shit together. Because streaming, social media, collectibles, and other things that people do as a hobby, because capitalism and consumerism has been left to run rampant, people are trying to monetize basically everything. And the problem with monetizing things is, as you say, you get people that are only in it for the money, and therefore they are exploitive and kind of uncaring about their impact on the thing that they're trying to exploit. So they don't give a fuck about the supply or the overall meta, or, you know, they don't care. Like, for them, they'll spend 10 grand to make 11, and they'll do that over and over and over and over again, because heaven forbid they go out and get a fucking job. They'd rather just buy and sell and pretend they're some fucking trading expert. They'd rather buy and sell and make a fucking 7 to 8% return over and over and over again. And in the process of doing so, all of these fucking, like, hollow, empty, fucking profit-driven trades, they then manipulate the market in which they operate, because they create so much commerce purely for profit, and therefore they'll do anything to create a margin on top of that profit as like a evolution of their little scam they've got going. And then you end up with fakes, and the whole fucking meta gets flooded with counterfeits and fakes, and then you have to create a rating system that verifies, and as soon as you create a verifying and rating system, they have a price on their heads because everybody wants to get their shit verified. And if you pay them a little bit of money, they'll verify your shit quicker. And then when you take it to the fucking next auction, because it's been verified and nobody else's has, your one is worth more money. And it creates all fucking manner of trouble. And yeah, streaming, you know, they've monetized it. And as a result, you've got a bunch of people that are fake nice, doing it for the money. And they create so much fucking clicky, toxic bullshit with their actions. They make people resentful and bitter, and bitter, resentful people are not the best for a platform. So we could actually jump. We could go all the way to Terminal Fortnite and check if we've got any fucking. Actually, jump before we do. Whilst we're over this side of the map, I need to check because I don't think Terminal Fortnite is 5-starred yet, and there's a trophy attached to that. Once we 5-star that motherfucker, it's not Death Stranding. Yes. And then once we've done that and 5-starred everybody else, that's it. But yeah, it's already 7:30, and we've still got 4 left to do. But yeah, I have a horrible feeling that Mr. Impossible is going to fucking cost us. I think it's going to be like fucking minuscule amounts, and it won't go until we do that fucking sub order. But yeah, I am going to admit to you guys right now, tomorrow, I don't care. We are playing Metal Gear Solid Delta. I need to change games. If I grind this game anymore, I'm going to go insane because it's, well, you guys know my thoughts. And please believe me, I'm not being negative and critical because I'm doing it for clout or to be based or whatever. I'm doing it because I'm genuinely disappointed that it hasn't evolved enough. It's a very safe sequel, which is not what I was expecting from a Hideo Kojima game. But based on what I've heard, he's directing a bunch of other stuff, and as a result, this isn't really a full-fledged Hideo Kojima game. It's more of a Kojima Studios game, and as a result, doesn't quite have that level of polish and attention to detail that itches my brain just right. But that's only part of the issue. That's only part of the game. The rest of it, story's been great, music's been mostly okay, been some absolute bangers, but also some kind of like, what the hell is this doing in the game kind of shit. Character design, character arcs, and character development's been pretty good. Environment and traversal and everything's been pretty interesting. It's a little bit unfair. It does feel a little bit manufactured. It feels like it's about to fucking just punish you for no reason sometimes, but it does look very nice. The atmosphere is not quite as good. This is a much more populated, much more busy kind of environment, and as a result, it doesn't feel quite as sparse and meditative as the first game. But that's kind of subjective. I can't hold that against the game properly. But yes, fucking full-grown adults, fucking strong-arming kids out of toys and shit, and I mean, the thing is, there's a few people on Instagram that they go to conventions and they trade cards, and they will literally bring up the average price on their phone. They'll say, if you get your phone out, I'm going to check the price. You want to check the price as well? So it's 40, but obviously with my costs for coming here today, I'm going to have to charge 48, but we can call it 45, unless you want to trade something to bring that price down. And then they'll haggle a little bit, and they'll put like $5 or $6 per trade on top, because the stall itself, having a table, can sometimes cost a day like $150. So they need to make $150 to break even. So they want the sale, but they also need to put a bit of juice in there for themselves. But they're very sort of, but this one person does that. Other people are like, yeah, that's 60, that's 150, that's 200. They're like, well, I think it's more close to 170 based on what I see online. That I don't give a fuck. And like you say, those are the people that are in it for the money. They won't sell for less than top, return. And they'll just hang on to it. They'll just sit on the merch. They'll sit on merchandise for years until there's nothing left and everybody has to come to them. And yeah, it's fucked, because it makes collecting anything like really fucking difficult, just by price. It's just expensive. And obviously the real heartbreaking thing is to try and sort of counteract that. Rather than spending all the money going to the cons, you think, okay, I'm just going to have to buy stuff on eBay. But then they don't fucking package it properly. They don't pack it properly, so it ends up getting damaged in transit. So you pay markup prices, and it's damaged when it gets to you, and you've got no recourse because it's still arrived in condition that's still, eBay are going to look at it and say, well, it's still a Pokemon card, it's still a video game, it still works, if it unless it's not working or it's actually torn in half, And the people that are doing this shit, they know how to fucking send you shit, because they'll sell you something that's in mint condition, but they'll post you something that's already a bit damaged because they know you can't send it back because it's not damaged enough. And that's why they couldn't send it back to the person they bought it from. But they sell you something, the listing says mint condition, and it says, I'm sorry, and then when it gets to you, I'm sorry, we don't cover damage in transit. And they've just sold you a damaged one, which is not worth as much. So they're fucking terrible, dudes. But it's money. As soon as you make something worth money, problems. Like I say, streaming's the same. You know, you've got a bunch of kids that think it's a way to become like some internet pop star, and they'll be earning fucking stupid money. But 99.9999999% of people can't, or they can only just earn a living, a modest living. But I think it was XQC recently, like they just leaked like kind of like the top end earnings dynamics. So they showed how many dollars per view they get, and I was like, that's where the viewbotting comes from. It's because sponsors are paying per view, right? And that's where the viewbotting's coming from, and that's why the advertisers have now caught wind, and they're not going to pay Twitch to advertise because they know a bunch of the views are fake. So that's probably why Twitch is going hard on going after view bots, but in the process just fucking deleting a bunch of people's viewership. But yeah, they were saying that, you know, a top-end streamer is getting $2.19 per viewer, and I think that might be per hour. So if they've got 6,000 viewers, I think as a top-end streamer could have 15, 20, maybe even 30,000 average viewers, right? But even if they were only making $1 per viewer per hour as a sponsorship, if you're making 2 to 3 grand an hour and you stream for like fucking, if you stream for like 7 hours, I mean, people are like, why do you do long, like, why do you do such long streams? Like, because I fucking love it. But Christ, give me one of those sponsors where you pay me per viewer, and if I've got like 100 viewers, I'll stream for like 20 hours. I don't give a fuck. You know, I'll sleep when I'm fucking dead. You know, you're gonna pay me $1 an hour, $1 per person per hour. I would never not be live. I would just go to sleep for 2 hours, still live, and then just come back and just start talking again. It's fucking ridiculous. That's cost price. Yeah. So hang on, let me see if I can find it. Dollars per viewer per hour leak. XQC. Is this muted? $15 hours of media share sponsorship. I mean, I think back in 2021. I can't remember. But yeah, I think I saved the I'll have to see. But apparently there's a document explaining like roughly how much they get paid per viewer. I don't know. It didn't say anything about the time frame, but I presume it's per hour. I presume it's per hour. But yeah, when you do a sponsorship, yeah, obviously, I didn't check if there are any fucking orders. Okay, so there's a recovery there, and we could 5-star that easy. That's fucking light work. But we got to go up to the adventurer first. No, let's take the order because we can do it on the way back. We can do it on the way back. But yeah, if you do a sponsorship, so bear in mind, some of them will have contracts with the platform, a yearly salary or a yearly payment, and you know, an agreement to stream a certain amount of hours. Plus they'll be getting ad revenue on their ad views and also sub revenue on all the subs they've got. Then they'll take on a sponsorship, and it's, again, like I've said before, dudes, if people could just learn to not be greedy once they've got a little bit of an earner. The thing is, because throughout life you come across people that have got like an earner, right? A little side bit, you know, that you do that is legal, but not, you don't want to share it with anyone because you don't want everyone to do it because it would fall apart. So you have like an earner, right? And the thing with having a little earner on the side is the only thing that stops it from falling apart is you not being greedy. If you try and scale it, it falls apart. And if you can just come to terms with that and say, okay, so it's only 40, 50 quid a month. If I get like enough of those together, that's actually a reasonable chunk of change. And I'm not saying you should get involved in illegal behavior. What I'm saying is, you know, there are little things you can do that are valuable to people, right? Odd jobs and stuff that don't wear on you as a person, right? But what people tend to do is they find a little way to earn some money, but then the greed takes over. They're like, well, why can't I just do this and get paid enough to just fucking live? Why can't I quit my fucking job? So they try and scale it, and they usually do it in the stupidest way because they're blind with greed, and they fuck it up. But they don't just fuck it up for themselves, they fuck it up for everyone. Because the bottom line is, I bet there were a bunch of people that were like, okay, where I'm currently working as a content creator on YouTube, Twitch and everything else, I earn 30 to 40, let's say 50 grand a year, right? Let's be reasonable, right? They earn 50 grand a year. Some people earn a lot more, a few people earn a lot more, most people earn a lot less, but they're in a reasonably good position. And if they could just fucking stay there, that would be fine. If they could just fucking stay there and just take that in and just fucking live off of it, that would be fine. But we all know what happens, right? They start fucking view buying a little bit just to give them a few extra views because the advertisers and the fucking sponsors won't realize, and they'll cough up, right? And that'll be fine because, you know, if you've got a big streamer that's on like 9,000 to 10,000 average viewers and they view bought an extra 2,000 to 3,000, you know, it's not a lot of extra viewers, and in the scheme of things, if they're getting paid, you know, 150, you know, 160 grand a year by their sponsor, and that becomes 180 grand a year, you know, they're going to budget for that, right? Because as far as they're concerned, it's working, they're getting more eyeballs on the product, advertising is advertising, they'll pay for it, right? But yeah, when you realize that, like, a bunch of these massive streamers that are averaging 17, 18, 20,000 viewers, they've all for the last couple of weeks, they all fucking tanked down to like 7,000 average viewers. And it's like, are you fucking taking the piss, bruv? It's like 70% of your viewership isn't real. It's like, you're taking the piss. No, I'm sorry, I don't feel sorry for these people that were doing well that are now, but who I feel sorry for is the person that was averaging 7,000 legitimately, who's now being questioned by every sponsor. And every sponsor thinks, well, yeah, actually, if they're averaging 7,000, they're actually averaging 5. You know, they're actually averaging 4, based on what they've seen with other creators. So when people do this, they damage the integrity of content creators and the brand of being a content creator as a whole. And that's the problem. Is, like I say, their greed fucks it up for everyone else. And it's just a fucking human trait, is the greed takes over, and then a small group of people fuck it up for everybody. And then the fucking platform and the entire market just aggressively claps back with new ways of doing things that don't work for anybody to protect their interest, because they're the ones paying at the end of the day, right? Yeah, we get a Magellan rating for that. Shit. Fuck. Yeah, that should have been worth a bit more of that. Anyway. But yeah, it fucking pisses me off so much. The content creator space at the moment is just, it's full of people trying to sell snake oil and full of people refusing to accept that they're not the next XQC. So they just view bot to fucking make it look like that, and then the fucking arrogance from people that are fucking cheating the system. They've got the fucking audacity to fucking try and talk down and sort of, you know, be judgmental for clout towards other creators. And it's just like, Honestly, man, human beings can be so fucking terrible. Human beings can legitimately be so fucking terrible. Anyway, trying to be negative. Terminal Fort Knot. We've got one at South Fort Knot. That one we've already accepted. Ah, B-Pass has got something for them. Cool. We'll do that then. Imagine wanting to be... Yeah, exactly. Imagine wanting it, you know? Isn't that pretty old news at this point? Or am I mixing it up with something else? Well, I mean, yeah, a few of the bigger streamers have like had their earnings doxed accidentally, but it's all contrived. It's all fabricated a lot of the time. But I think XQC or somebody literally just wrote down somewhere like how much. I mean, it may have been a communication to somebody else that got leaked or whatever. But yeah, they were talking about how the text, whatever it is, it's an email or something. I don't know what it is. I need to find it and actually clarify, so I can't say anything with any confidence. But yeah, what I was shown on the screen without a link, I need a link to actually get the information myself. What I was shown on screen was this is how much you get paid and this is how much you could earn. Obviously, a streamer of this level would get $2.19 rather than $1.07 or whatever, or 90 cents or whatever. And it just, as soon as I saw the sponsors were talking about, you know, dollars per viewer per hour, I suspect. Obviously didn't say per hour, but I imagine it's per hour. It can't be per minute, because it can't be per minute. That would be fucking insane. Nobody's earning fucking $20,000 a minute. It's got to be 20, yeah, because people have said they earn like 15. I mean, that guy, I mean, XQC on that little clip showed that they earned $18,000 an hour. Because of how many viewers they had in the sponsor agreement. So it is fucking bonkers. But yeah, the greed gets to people, and then you get fucking people that take the fucking piss, and they do it. They do things in such a blatant way. It's like, it's so obvious that they're view buying. You know, nobody has that many viewers just sitting there in their bedroom doing very little. You know, they're not really doing... Because don't get me wrong, like when you look at if Mr. Beast was to do a stream and put as much effort and production into a stream as a YouTube video, it would be like a fucking game show, and people would tune into that. And it's, you know, game shows on broadcast television have 50-60,000 viewers based on, you know, just the people that say what they watch. You know, you have a box that, you know, records what you're watching, so they know what the ratings are. You know, TV ratings, you know, you could have, you know, 100,000, 200,000 people tuning in to watch a TV show. And Mr. Beast is in a position where they genuinely, that's what they do. That's what their business is making basically what, you know, what is an online TV show for this generation. It's like a game show for, like, you know, teenagers. And, you know, on record, they say, oh, the margins are razor thin. We don't even really make that much money. It costs so much per episode. We're not really making too much money. But obviously, if you're trying to avoid paying tax, exactly what you would say is, oh yeah, the margins are razor thin. You know, yes, we earned 15 million for that episode alone, but that episode cost 15.2 million to make. And you're like, oh, really? Okay. So let's have an itemized bill of everything. Like, so materials, $200,000. You know, location, $50,000. Lighting and equipment, cameras, microphones, the truck you need to, you know, take all the inputs, another $50,000. So it seems to me that all of your crew are getting paid $4 million, you know, $2.4 million each for their services. Like, yeah, that's their going rate. Okay. And then when you speak to them, yeah, we don't get paid in money, we get paid in shares, and those shares are in an offshore fucking company. It's just, oh, okay, here we go. But yeah, but you know, it's just, this is it. It's learning how to make a bunch of money is the first hurdle. Learning how to keep it is the next, right? There's two halves to it, right? Because people figure out how to make a bunch of money, and they're like, oh my god, I'm going to be a millionaire. You know, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm going to be a millionaire. And they realize that the way they're conducting their business, they owe the government and also a bunch of shipping companies absurd amounts of money. And then they realize that actually, after all the stress and the grey hairs they've developed, they actually end up breaking even with about 30 grand a year. And it's like, you know, once you pay 50% corporation tax. Well, I don't even know what the... Hey, Siri, what's the UK corporation tax on 250 grand turnover? if you made 50 racks in profit, so not turnover, which is what I asked for, if your company made more than 250 profit, you'd pay the main rate of corporation tax. If your company made a profit of 50 grand or less, you'd pay the small profits rate, which is 19%. You'd be entitled to marginal relief if you're in between. So if you were clocking $250,000 a year for a reasonable sized business, all in turnover, 50 grand would be 19%. So you're paying a little bit less than what you'd earn as a person. So it's probably about 30% then, estimated. So if you're making 250 grand, you divide that into 3, you've got 87 grand. Hey Siri, what's a third of 250,000?
I found this on the web. It's a third of 200.
Do you actually do anything, or you just fucking, honestly, I have to have AI on my phone. I have to have an assistant on my phone. When you ask it something, it's like, I've Googled it for you. I don't want you to fucking Google it. If I wanted to Google it, I would have fucking Googled it. But yeah, they just don't do anything anymore. You know, it's, yeah. Like, I used to be able to ask it questions and it would be like, based on what I can find, it would, and they would give you an answer. But now, it's like, this is what I found on the web. Check it out. It's like, well, no, I know how to Google something. I'm not a fucking idiot. You know, and if I'm asking a question like, what's a third of 200? Because it's a mathematical fucking equation. How are you not just doing the maths? How are you not just doing the maths? So 250 is 50 times 5. So if we were to break that down into 3 instead, you'd have 2 left over to divide between the remaining 3. So yeah, well, you'd be fucking, paying a fair bit of tax. Let's just put it that way, because yeah, the tax system is, it's crazy how people still think that you could start a business and do really well and like get rich and become like fully retired by 50 and be earning like 100 grand a year. It's just like the tax system just doesn't allow companies to grow to that size. You're going to be bouncing around in the same fucking tax bracket because every time you start to do well and expand, the tax just knocks you right back down again. You have to scale back down. So what you need to do is have a business that can generate enough income to save up enough to make an expansion that will kick you all the way to the very top of the next tax bracket, so that you're then underneath the next big step in tax outgoings. Otherwise, you can't expand, and it creates these deltas where you've got a business that might be turning over, like I say, $250,000. But all said and done, all done and told, the CEO is taking a dividend of like 67 grand, and the company is basically breaking even from then on. And it's like, what's the point in running a fucking company? Username was taken. Welcome in. I think 30% of 250k. 80. Oh, sorry, no, it's 80. It's not 87. It's 833. So yeah, I mean, think about it. If you're paying 20 to 30%, which is taxation, let's just say that's what it is roughly. I mean, it's a lot. You're paying 833 grand recurring. So when you make 250, 2,500. Not 2,500. 250,000. Sorry. Rounded down. Switched off Gemini AI Assistant. It's fucking dog shit. Google Assistant. You could tell it to play music from a specific app, leave a note, set an alarm, loads of other integrated stuff. It was an AI companion. On the other hand, just ask it to do some basic stuff. Man's like, sure, this is how it was. Just give me it's just there was a period where I would ask it a question and it would say, here's the way, I looked it up on the web, here you go, because it could, but I was asking, I was like, okay, if I'm going to get a train from blah, 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 how long would it take to walk from there? What's the traffic going to be like? And can you find out when this shop is open? It would be like, here's what I found on the web. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. It's quite a complicated query. And rather than doing 4 Google searches, I'd rather just ask an AI to do it all and give me the information. But it didn't, it didn't do it. Which, it's fair enough. Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, when you ask it to do maths and it's like, here's what I found on the web. Truck, can you fucking behave yourself, please? It's like when you ask it to do a simple, like, 1-stage mathematical calculation, all I'm asking for is a third of 250,000 to see what you're going to pay in tax. It's like, here's what I found on the web. You don't have to fucking Google it. You've got a calculator built in to the fucking phone. Anyway, 83k. Oh, so it would be 83k. 83k, 30% would be 75. Okay. Okay. But yeah, when you think about paying 30% on 250 grand, and that's just your tax, and then you've got all your running costs, which is electricity, storage, logistics, wages, various other pension commitments, donations, because your company has to pay in a certain amount and the government has to pay in a certain amount to match what you put in. You got your national insurance to look after, and yeah, there's so many businesses just end up mired in this fucking awful situation where they can't fucking continue the way they are, but they can't expand enough to fucking, earn their way out of trouble, even though they have a good business model. Otherwise they wouldn't be earning what they're earning. But Brexit absolutely kneecapped everybody's, hopes and dreams of expanding into Europe. And so many businesses that didn't want to expand into Europe but ordered products from Europe suddenly couldn't get the materials they need to continue. So it's just it's just twofold. Companies that wanted to remain part of the English economy, the UK economy, that ordered materials from abroad got fucked, and the people that were in the UK and have expanded and saturated the market that needed to expand into Europe, so they were doing really well and they were about to become a semi-global business, they got kneecapped. And yeah, like I say, if we vote our way back into the fucking European Union, every single one of those fucking businesses needs to be reinstated. That's the only way you can make it right, because a bunch of fucking idiots voting for the wrong thing, destroying somebody's life's work, because a business is your life's work. It takes a lifetime to get it going. Yeah, it's not fair. And I would be fucking very resentful. And I worry that anybody who had a business that got fucking absolutely poleaxed by Brexit, when the vote to go back in comes up, they'll vote to fucking to leave again. They'll vote to remain out, because why the fuck would they why would they vote their way back in? They probably won't be able to set up another business again, not at their age. And the loss they took, losing a business, they haven't got the collateral to start the business again. So yeah, anyway. We've got an ad break coming up, sorry. We've got an ad break coming. I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raff and some clips so you guys know the drill. I'll be back shortly. And then we'll carry on. Oh shit. Oh shit! Right, now I've got to go back and collect my fucking flying death machine. That's my testicles, please. Ow.
Ah, yes! Damn it all! How the hell did you beat me, huh? Oh. Better shot
Okay, your poise is shit. Oh. Oh, chat. The fucking rolling underneath the jump attack to backstab. Oh. Oh. For a second there, I thought that tree had titties.
He punches him in the eye. It's not there. But yeah, it levels itself out here. But yeah, I need to find out when you're. Your nobleman is proposing to you. Why are you blowing me a kiss?
I must see a medic.
Mate, these hoes ain't loyal, honestly. Honestly, he leaves. He eats like I put half a pouch down right in the morning of his wet food, right, and he eats like 2/3 of it and leaves some of it behind. Yeah, that's it. You just walk straight over me. Such a little shit. Able to do anything. Yeah, I think I might just. Oh, yeah, I want to jump off. Right, what? Ah. Okay, then go. Oh! I got her in the fucking ankle. Stealth. Stealth. Yes, I do hope that... Are you done? Oh. Are you done? Are you done? Oh. How about now? Are you done? It's as if we were never here. It's easier to move like this without being seen.
He's blind.
No. Because YouTube is literally the backbone of YouTube is not getting to the point. That is basically it. Finished him up by stabbing him in the anus. We'll take it. We'll take it. You got to take what you can get, even if it is in the anus. That'll do. That'll do.
Angry like some Blackwater would-be business tycoon with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
I'll give you a bad case of someone just shot me in the head if you don't hurry up.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Oh, bub. Right, I've got to go get this. I'm going to collect that bit, those bits. Hello, bub. Hello. You scratching my arm because you want attention, Bubba? Hmm? And do you know, because I wanted everybody to be able to see you, I went digging around for this. This is a jaw clamp to webcam fitting, which can go on the post that hangs the green screen, like so, and then the webcam can point downwards to where he likes to sit. So that will be a fun little a fun little experiment. And then I can run a USB. I've got a USB-C, the USB-A cable that I should be. It should go the length. Yeah, I might be able to get the cat cam back from the Bubba, so people can see the Bub. You see, I moved my arm out of the way because I was gonna scratch your head with my right hand because left-handed feels a bit strange. These claws aren't just for attracting mates. I thought when I saw the clamps, yeah. The clamps. Whenever I see the word clamps, I always remember that fucking character, that boss. That character from Futurama, the mob robot. The clamps. What are you scratching me for, Bubba? I'm playing a video game, Bubba. I'm busy. I've been playing with you all day, as per usual, in between working to pay the bills, so we've got somewhere to live. I've been coming over to play with you like a big old dough ball because you've been laying on the bed and you're all beige. You look like a lump of pizza dough that needs to be kneaded out. So that's what I do, is I knead you out like pizza dough. And you purr like crazy when I do it, so I think you enjoy it. But yes, he has started doing this strange thing where I bought him. He had a litter box in his, enclosure at the rescue centre. They said you may as well take that because that's what he's used to. I was like, thank you. I don't actually have one at home. But he kept going. He kept scratching and digging and throwing like litter all over the place. So I was like, okay, I'll get him a bigger one. So he's got enough space to move around in there. But he was still jumping out, turning around, and then digging. And like basically just digging and pulling litter out of the tray rather than actually just carefully digging. He was just constantly. So I was like, okay, I'll get him an even bigger tray with sides on it so that he can dig and everything, but it will just hit the side and slide back down. But now, every now and again, for some reason, he just does a turd over the edge, but not over the edge like onto the floor, over the edge between a wall and the edge of the thing, so you can't even see the cat turd. You can smell it because it obviously hasn't landed in some litter, but yeah, I have to fucking scoop it out from behind the edge of this litter box against the wall, clean off the impact marks on the wall where it's hit the wall first and then gone down, and I'm like, Bubba, please, what are we doing here? I'm doing my best here, but I thought maybe because the litter needs to be changed, but he does it like even like a day or two, within a week of the litter being changed, he's doing it sometimes, but only sometimes. And sometimes I'll admit I haven't had a chance to go and pick up some new litter, so it is getting a bit lumpy, and it's a bit discoloured because it is starting to lose its chemical properties, shall we say, because it's got too much urine in it. Oh shit. But yeah, I think he's just being a bit of a silly boy. The range on these gloves is ridiculous, dudes. The range is fucking redonkulous. Right, let's head back and make the delivery. And see how much we got left of this bows up. Yeah, I'm worried that it's 8 o'clock and we haven't 5-starred anybody. Out of the 4 people, we haven't 5-starred anybody, which is worrying. But the Ghost Hunter, we also need to check for orders for the Ghost Hunter. That's what, because doing so. The Ghost Hunter, once we 5-star the Ghost Hunter, we get that mission to defeat the BT that's going to create a void out. So we found the Ghost Hunter fairly early on. Okay, he's got a few recovery missions just for him. Okay, yeah, maybe we should be lurking around that area and just doing deliveries. Yeah, maybe we should be lurking around that area. 5-starring him. Because yes, as I say, tomorrow we are changing games. It's been 200 hours and I've got almost every fucking trophy. And to be honest, I really, really wanted to have a YouTube like stream series where it's just my streams day one all the way through to the platinum. Because yeah, as a series, it's probably, yes, it's probably somewhere in the region of 200 hours. So somebody could have that on in the background for like weeks. With the audio turned off, I presume. But yeah, just as gameplay, you know, if they wanted. And yeah, it's been a bit of an experiment to sort of, you know, try not long, I don't want to call it long form content. It's a little bit of a reach to call it long form content because I'm not really making YouTube content. I'm just streaming there. So I think it would be a bit of a reach to try and describe what I'm doing in the same vein as the people that make proper YouTube content because they work so incredibly hard, you know. It's fucking bonkers. The level of the production values and like the level of effort people put into YouTube content, you know, proper YouTubers, it's bonkers. It takes months, weeks and weeks and weeks at the minimum, months to script and write and edit, and film and edit and refilm and gather information, and yeah, they put so much effort into make. And obviously for me, I'm just a Pega little baby streamer, so you know, but it's nice to have some long form content on the platform. And yeah, I mean, they get a couple of views, but nobody's watching a full 6-hour stream on YouTube after the fact, you know. Nobody's watching a VOD for 6 hours on YouTube where you can't even interact, you know. I mean, based on what these emails that Twitch is just incessantly sending me after every stream, I want to check if I can turn them off. But it doesn't seem like that many people watch the stream when it's live on Twitch anyway, so YouTube views are well out of the question. But we do have Nilo, the diehard faithful, who's helping keep the YouTube alive. Need to go buy groceries, but there's a handy mental arithmetic trick that you may or may not be familiar with. If a number is not easily divisible, divide the closest number and then deal with the remainder. Yeah, divide and conquer. Yeah, easy. 25 times 3 and then scale it up. Plus 1 by 3, so yeah, exactly. And one thing I learned is that 5 times 7 and 7 times 5, I know this sounds really simple, but 5 times 7 and 7 times 5 is the same. So if you know one but you don't know the other, then you know you're okay, I think. But we've discussed it before. If you're going to go get groceries, then hop off, dude, by all means. Thank you for hanging out. But if you need to go get groceries, you need to get groceries. You've got to feed yourself, of course. But we discussed this before. The way of calculating, the way of multiplying, like 3 and 4 digit numbers using like lines. You draw like a isometric box, and the amount of intersections is actually the numbers, which is really, it's a really interesting visual way of doing the sum. Sum and product are commutative. Excuse me. I don't remember how to fucking read. Excuse me. But yeah, it's fucking wild, dude, because like in China, they teach kids how to use an abacus And then after a while, they don't need the actual abacus. So they teach them how to do really complicated mathematics in their head by the way that they force them to do it manually to start with. Okay, not quite as much as I wanted, but it'll do. It'll do. So, have you got any orders for anybody that I give a fuck about? Ooh, you do. Chilled delivery. Ooh, we could do that on a coffin board. That might be a coffin board. Because these motherfuckers, if we can get up there, yeah. Let's fabricate another coffin board and see if we can do that. Right. Let's see if we can get this done.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Right, so out of here. And we need to get into... Oh, do you know what? It might have actually been... I think the jump might fucking damage the cargo, but yeah, you know. Part of me wants to... Part of me wants to build a ramp before we do the order, and just yeet. Do you know what? That's actually... Okay, we'll see if that was, what, a couple of minutes ago? Yeah. That was just after we completed the order. Because, yeah, part of me wants to build a ramp so we can jump out and not take damage. Oh, do you know what, lads? I don't think we're allowed to build anywhere up here. Probably not. Yeah, that was silly, breadcrumbs. That was silly. But SSD means probably quicker to load the game than walk back down the ramp. Ay. Okay. Fabricating the board first would be cool, though. Fabricating the board and get it placed. That'll shave off a couple of seconds. Fucking speedrun strats. And you know what, dudes? That's one of the things that makes me feel like I might have a little bit of the tism. I might be a little bit tizzed up because you give me a 45-minute or even an hour and 45-minute video explaining a speedrun in detail, I fucking eat that shit up, man. I fucking eat it up. Listening to how people have slowly but surely figured out how to fucking break a video game down to like 30 minutes when it should be 25 hours worth of gameplay. Hell yeah. Fucking hell yeah. Right. If we start scooting along,
Order accepted. Thank you.
And it says, you know, it's losing, it's the temperature's going straight away, then yeah, we'll have to figure out something else. But I mean, there's a zip line, so the monorail will take us. Do you know what? I think boosting in the water might still be quicker. But this is the problem, is you've got to do this. You've got to fucking go all the way around here, and I imagine we're probably going to get there. It's going to say, right, it's lost some temperature. But yeah, this is like me trying to take the milk home from the supermarket in the summer. And I must admit, a couple of times I've been like walking home, shopping bag with like milk and like, you know, frozen goods in it. And then I see a friend and I stop and chat to them for like a prolonged period of time, and then get home and I'm like, oh, when I take the milk out and it's like drenched in condensation, I'm like, yep, that's fucked. I just stood there in 27-degree weather having a chat with a friend with like chilled milk, and it ain't fucking chilled anymore. So never mind. But yeah, the coffin board kind of means that like the water is like not out of bounds. But yes, these motherfuckers, dudes. So, what is this? 3, 2, 1. So yeah, we're going at like well over a meter a second. So, but shit, it's gonna get fucking. It's gonna get fucking bumpy before we make land. Gonna get bumpy before we make land. Ooh, I'm blind. I can't see where the rocks are. Gotta keep pinging. Okay, that was generous. That stopped us. Oh, come on. Oh, bow. Bow. Fuck it. It's there. Stop mucking around, breadcrumbs. It's right there. Please don't tell me it's damaged. We haven't had a warning yet. Okay. We didn't get a warning, so... Yep, no cargo damage. That's another S rank for them.
Decided to come back and hang out again, huh?
Cool.
This cargo's condition is...
Yeah, there's a couple of them that fill up such a small amount each delivery. But yeah, I think their only sub-order is something terrible. Yeah, it's just that, isn't it? Everyone else is 4-star, that's fine. So, from our current position... Order-wise, destination... Have we got anything for... There's a few for Mr. Impossible. And the Phantom Smith, that's quite far, to be honest. Terminal Fort Knot. Am I going blind? So, South Fort Knot. Pretty far. Pretty far. So, I think it is Coffin Board until we get to the monorail. And then the monorail uses... you know what? I might as well just fucking head down to the water and just fucking straight line it. We got the Coffin Board. Let's fucking use it. It's over there stuck on the rocks, but let's fucking use it. Because yes, little man has decided he wants to sleep next to me again. But give it 5-6 months when it's cold and I've got the heated cat bed out on the table in the other side of the room, he'll be over there the entire day. So it's kind of like, I could set it up, but you know. What is that glowing over there? I bet someone's just put a fucking sign down on it. Yeah, okay. So. So, whack a marker down there. And then just head for it. No fucking around. But yes, I don't know how they've organised the day-night cycle, but it just isn't great. It's always nighttime, and it's kind of oppressive, and just it murders the views. It really compromises the atmosphere. So I think that's kind of an L take, kind of an L decision, or just kind of an L for the game in general, is the fact that it constantly wants to seem to progress time until nighttime. And as far as night times in games go, because you get nighttime in video games where it's just a blue filter. It's not nighttime, it's just filtered blue. They change the lighting a little bit. You know, it's much more global illumination rather than point lights for the actual, you know, environment. And they put a blue filter over it, but you know, the contrast and the brightness and everything of the scene, it's still very much, you know, visible. But you can tell it's supposed to be nighttime. And that, you know, Peter Jackson with the Lord of the Rings films, like they did underwater, like none of the people are underwater, it's just a blue filter. And when you see it that way, you're like, oh damn, that's hang on, I need to, you know, I might as well grab that. Excuse me. When you watch it, you're like, oh yeah, I can tell they're supposed to be underwater, but they're not actually underwater. You know, you can tell they're not actually underwater, but it still has the art direction and the feeling of being underwater, which is an interesting design choice, right? So yeah, stuff like that where, like, yes, it's nighttime, but make it a really cinematic, beautiful nighttime, so that with the fact that it fucking rains all the damn time and it always wants to be night, it just robs the atmosphere from the game. And it's a real shame because, damn it, man, the atmosphere was one of the best things about Death Stranding 1. Oh, come on, gang. But yes, big open world game, and I haven't been able to make a flying machine. That was so crazy, because yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Death Stranding 1, and then I'm a little bit disappointed with Death Stranding 2, and then Breath of the Wild, and I was a little bit disappointed with Tears of the Kingdom. But in Tears of the Kingdom, you can make a flying machine reasonably easily, and there's a few tricks you can do to make it, you know, not despawn. That's the worst fucking thing. The weapon deck in the first one, kind of, unless you're really sort of, you know, into the mechanic, it's, yeah, most people fucking hate it. I didn't mind it that much. I think that it did force me to use more weapons and have more fun with the, you know, you learn how to use more weapons rather than just defaulting to the same one. But yeah, the fact that the flying machine just changed the way you get around the map. But wasn't even really a story mission or anything, like a side quest in the game. just saw somebody made one, and I was like, damn, that works incredibly well, and yeah, reasonably cheap.
All the things you should happen to bring
And yeah,
my way.
once we got it to not despawn, because yeah, that was the thing. You had all these, like, the ability to build things in the game and like make, you know, have fun with the physics was really cool. But the fact that any interruption, like if one of the ninjas spawned, any sort of interruption, a fucking blood moon, and it just despawned your vehicle, and they had the good sense to give you a copy paste, you know, you could save certain constructions, but you still lost the resources, you know. And I think if it despawns something, it should give you back the resources at the very least, so you can recreate it. Like if it has to be despawned because of system resources, because it is a switch, fair enough. But give us back the resources, because we've still lost something in the process, and not because of a fault of our own. But the despawn range was so piss poor. But you could get around it by putting a dragon scale on it, because the dragon scales are supposed to, you know. So we've got an order for this place. So, and that's an express. Okay. And that could be another one where we could utilize the coffee. I mean, yeah, we've got the vehicle here. So how much time does it give us? That's 400. Will all of this fit in the truck? Oh my god. Jay Crater, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. How was stream? What were you playing today? Oh my god, look how much fucking stuff there is. Okay, it'll fit in the truck. It will fit in the truck. And thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. How was stream? What were you playing today? What was on the old agenda? And it is, yeah, Jay Crater. Sorry, I just want to make sure I get your name correct. Thank you for the raid, dude. I appreciate that.
Order accepted. Thank you.
4 minutes. Cyberpunk 2077. GG's, dude. What a fucking game. Currently one of my favourite people, not just one of my favourite streamers, but one of my favourite people, Hellion K, is currently playing Cyberpunk 2077, and they finished the DLC today, so they got that ending credit sequence. Ooh, and I won't talk about it because I don't know where you are. If you could let me know whereabouts in the game you are, I can know what I can talk about without spoiling anything. But I hope you're enjoying it, dude. It was one of my favourite games of the year we played it. I think the game got like massively dragged for, you know, granted it wasn't ready for PlayStation, it wasn't ready for consoles, but the studio didn't want to release it on console, so it's clear why. They were forced to release it, it wasn't ready, and they got backlash for it. So I don't really hold that against them. Apparently on PC, mostly fine from day one. And I played it on PlayStation 5. I got it on sale for, so it took a minute just to fucking go over this bridge. I don't know, dudes. I don't know if we're going to pull it. But I don't know how else we're going to move this much cargo. Does this road need to be level 3? Who knows? I'm at meeting Takamura at Tom's Diner. Okay, fair. That's quite early in the game, I presume. From memory, that's quite early in the game. So you've done the chase section with Takamura driving, and now you're going to meet them after sort of, you know, roughly a few times, but after that I am 13 hours. Yeah, so 13 hours. So yeah, you've just started. Well, ahead of you lies one of the most beautiful stories and one of the most interesting and compelling city environments in video game history. Night City as a space to move around in is incredible. It's so cool. Yeah, it's not really a shortcut, is it? Because we're going that way, so yeah, it's not really a shortcut. Night City is so cool. So I played Cyberpunk I did a charity kind of thing where I took a week off work and I streamed Cyberpunk every day for 10 days, 10 hours a day, and I barely used the fast travel because moving around in that game was so much fun. So yeah, the fact that I used the fast travel maybe 5 times in over 100 hours before completing the game, yeah, just driving around that city is so fucking cool. Bikes and cars, yeah, the bike designs, the car designs, the radio stations, there's a bunch of amazing guns to find, CDPR, the writing of the characters is just chef's kiss. And because it's first person, you see the emotions of the characters as they're delivering this really good writing as dialogue. There's so many things about that game, so I'm really, really psyched to hear people diving into it, because it's one of my favorite games. It's so fucking good. So that's 3 minutes, and we've only made it to here. So we're about, no, we're only halfway, aren't we? I don't know if we'll pull this off, chat. But anyway, this is good. But so far, my favorite open world game has its own. Is Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima is another absolutely outstanding open world game. In terms of like big open world games that are set in a historic time period, it's up there with some of the best, if not the best. It's fucking unbelievably beautiful. And we've actually completed that one on stream as well. So I can say with all confidence that the story in that game was fucking heartbreakingly good. The cinematic kind of approach, the art direction, the cinematics, an absolute masterpiece. And yeah, we played it on PC. We waited quite a while. Nah, we're not going to do this in fucking 10 seconds. We left it quite late, but that means I could play it on PC. And on PC, I was able to force 20:9. So I changed the screen resolution and ratio to be 20:9 rather than 16:9. So the screen and on my TV and also the stream had black bars, like letterboxing. And it just added that little cinematic touch. It was, we spent a lot of time in the photo mode, but yeah, what an absolute masterpiece of a game. Absolute masterpiece. So yes, I commend you. I commend you on your choice of games. You have very good taste in video games. Playing two absolute gems. But yes, the cinematic quality in Cyberpunk is, Night City as an environment, cars, guns, characters, music. It's a real fucking masterpiece. And like I say, it's a real shame that it got so much fucking flack when it released. It shouldn't have released on consoles. Should have released it on PC and PlayStation 5. And then ported it backwards and spent the time to optimize it, Excellent. After 2077, I'm thinking between restarting Death Stranding, because there is so much walking, or the Mafia series. The Mafia games are really good. The Mafia games have really good art direction. Music's great. Visuals are very compelling. The story's very compelling. Mafia 3 is really good. And obviously you've got Old Country. Old Country's released recently, right? So you've got Old Country, which is the newer one in the series. I haven't had a chance to play Old Country yet. But yeah, I played the fuck out of... I played Mafia 3. And I almost 100%ed the damn thing. It's a really compelling game. It's like Grand Theft Auto without all of the mainstream, stuff that can sometimes kind of spoil. GTA is amazing, but... you can't shake the feeling that it's designed for, like, teenagers, whereas Mafia is a little bit more kind of developed and kind of polished and refined, a bit more mature. There's still nonsense in there, but it's kind of a little bit more sort of, more mature. But yeah, Mafia 3 was fucking great. I don't think I 100%ed it, but we got quite a few trophies, I think. When did I play it? It was a while ago. It was on PlayStation 4. I wish you could search for games. I mean, maybe I should just search for the game in my This is the problem with being a variety streamer and someone that likes to play lots of different games. You end up with like a bajillion games. Yeah, I don't know. What did I fucking play it on? I think I played it on PlayStation. I must have played it on PlayStation 4. I must have played it on PlayStation 4. Why have I not got my Mafia 3? This is weird. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, I fucking didn't. Okay, I got 65% of the trophies in the base game, but there's 3 DLCs? Okay, shit, I didn't realise. But it's Definitive Edition. I don't remember having the Definitive Edition. But yeah, I played that. I thought I played it more than that. I really genuinely thought I played it more than that. But I guess not. Yeah, sorry, yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah, no, I wasn't looking for Definitive Edition. I was looking for what's the character's name? It's not CJ, because that's Grand Theft Auto, for fuck's sake. But yeah, 33 hours. I thought I put 50 to 60 hours in that. But yeah. Ends up, no, it's in 3. In 3, the character comes back from Vietnam. Yeah, it's gone. It's been a long time. Long time since I played it. It was back on the PlayStation 4, which was, an entire generation ago. I'm getting a bit old these days. Lincoln Clay. Lincoln. I thought it might be Lincoln. I didn't want to be fucking... I didn't want to stereotype, but I thought it was Lincoln, but I thought maybe I'm thinking of another character of a similar sort. But yeah, the stealth was quite... I remember the stealth being not bad. For an open world game that wasn't stealth focused, the stealth was pretty good. So I was sneaking about. I had a silenced pistol at some point. That sort of sped things up a little bit. And yeah, sneaking up behind people and grappling them and taking them down and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, no, I got through it. But I haven't had a chance to... Because I think a friend of mine had Mafia 2 on their PC. But I watched them play it a little bit, but I never fully played through the whole thing myself, but I watched them play it a little bit. So I was aware of the series, but never played them. But then, yeah, 3 was on PSN. Speaking of which, did my cargo just take damage? I swear, I think those things can damage cargo. I think those things can damage cargo just by fucking being in the vicinity. But speaking of free monthly games, one thing I need to make you guys aware of is the monthly games for next month are... There's DayZ, My Hero. That must be this month's. Okay. Well, I'll cop DayZ. Because, yeah, people play the fuck out of that. Loose plays that. And I'll cop that, whatever that is. Next month, my weak point in games are stealth, except for the Hitman series. Hitman was, yeah, I need to get back. I think I got all the Hitman games. I got all the Hitman games on offer somewhere. Lies of P is a monthly game, so we get that for free, which means we only need to pay for the DLC. Thank you for the hydrate, dude. I appreciate that. So we only have to pay for the DLC if we play it on console. So we can snag that for free, which is cool. I might tell Kate that it's free because I think they're going to play it. Yeah, I mean, Ghost of Tsushima is free on PlayStation, which is, yeah, you have to play that. I don't think it's free, actually. I think these are just cheap. But yeah. But next month, Dishonored is great. Dishonored 2 is pretty good, but Dishonored 1 was so good. So next month, Viewfinder is free on PSN. and Viewfinder is one of my favorite games of the last 10 years. As a puzzle game, it was so fucking good. So yeah, can't recommend Viewfinder enough. You're right there, Bubba. Sorry, my cat is turning over to the other side and then stretching his paws out because he wants a bit of attention, bless him. Have you not played Expedition 33? Expedition 33 is also incredibly good. Even if you don't like turn-based games, Expedition 33 is so good. The story's amazing, the characters are amazing, the voice acting's amazing, the writing's amazing, the music's amazing, the combat's awesome. It's kind of amazing. The parry timings are a bit wonky, but you can forgive it. Yeah, it ticks many boxes, and it does an incredible job in so many different ways. So yeah, I would say that's one of the games that's a must play for the last 5 years, and I really hope, thank you for the hydrate by the way, I really hope it gets Game of the Year. I'm worried that Silksong will take it, because people are going to glaze Silksong so hard. I'm sure it'll be good, but people have been fucking blue balls for 7 years waiting for that, so they're going to glaze it so fucking hard. But I really hope. I think that Claire Obscure deserves it more. Dennis, welcome in. Good to see you again, dude. Ever since last year, my time in playing video games decreased drastically because I started college, currently on summer vacation. Well, college is important. Education is important. I wish I could say that it's going to guarantee you a job, but it probably won't. But yeah, getting an education and proving... The thing is, as long as if employers see that you've got college qualifications, they know you can learn, basically. So it's not about what the qualification can get you. It's the fact that you passed a qualification. You got given a task, you had to learn how to do things, and it shows that you're the kind of person that can learn and adapt and, you know, achieve, you know, a level of competence in something. So it's good to have them. Unfortunately, you know, a lot of the markets aren't hiring, but it's good to have some qualifications to prove that you have a degree of intelligence which is worth taking you on as an employee, because a lot of the jobs you're going to get straight away outside of college, there's going to be a certain amount of training involved, and if they see that you've got a bunch of qualifications, they know that you're they know that you're easy to train, or at least you can be trained well. So, you know, yeah, it's a good sign. But yes, I'm very fortunate that my job, throughout the lockdowns, I was allowed to work from home because of lockdown. And then after the lockdown's finished, I was like, well, I'm actually being quite productive at home, and, you know, it's quite expensive to travel into work. And they were like, yeah, cool, just stay at home. And I was like, wonderful. And now I get to work from home. So, whatever that. Too much meat. I feel that I feel like a sausage.
I'll just need. Oh, damn.
Yes. Okay. 5 stars.
Take this gift without compliments. Went ahead and increased your allocation again.
Cool.
If it's cheap. Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Personal opinion for last year, I wanted Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Should have won the fighting category. Yes, Sparking Zero did quite well, right? But yeah, it's wild, dudes. I was thinking earlier today, one of the reasons, like, I know that I love streaming without being cliche or whatever, is that the concept, the thought, the notion entered my mind of, like, how much I enjoyed the lockdowns rather than being, like, terrible. And the thought that if tomorrow everyone said for some reason we've got to go into lockdown again, because I have you guys to hang out with, I wouldn't feel bad about that. And that's how I know I love doing this shit, because Like the thought of being locked down and having time to burn and games to play, like that fills me with like, you know, fills me with like this excitement, you know. And it's weird how being a streamer kind of makes me feel like I'd like to go back to the lockdowns, even though it was terrible. Don't get me wrong, it was terrible for lots and lots of people. And for me at first it was terrible, but fuck, it was magic being a streamer during the lockdowns, dudes. It was absolute magic. And yeah, knowing that I wouldn't be able to go outside now that I stream to you guys and I have you guys to hang out with, because you guys are kind enough to come and hang out here, it doesn't worry me anymore. When people say, oh, there's been a rise in COVID, there's a spike in COVID cases, ooh, what if we have another lockdown? I'd be like, fine, you know, because the lockdowns mean that I can now work from home, and working from home meant I could stream, and streaming is how I met a bunch of you guys, and I love you guys. So yeah, like, it's weird how, like, what's the word? It's weird how bittersweet the lockdowns were for me, because it was a big change in my life, like a lot of people, but so many good things came out of it. And obviously my heart goes out to the people that are negatively affected by COVID. I have long COVID and it's fucked me over massively. But yeah, that year and a half, 2 years where everybody was on Twitch all the time and we had nothing but time to play video games, it was kind of magic. And yeah, that's wild to me how, like, streaming as like a hobby took something as scary and as anxious as lockdowns, and it made it so manageable for me. And I can't thank you guys enough for that, because yeah, without you guys I literally would have been playing games on my own. And from the moment I started streaming and I would play a game offline and it just didn't have the same hook, I was like, something would happen in the game and I didn't have anyone to talk to about it. I was like, nah, I don't want to play video games offline anymore. So this is it. No matter how bad things get with the platform, with the behavior of the people on the platform and how the monetization, all this other stuff works, all this stuff that goes around the outside, like deep down, no matter how much that stuff pisses me off, I actually fucking love streaming. And yeah, you guys are a part of that. So thank you all so much, because yeah, that thought came across my mind the other day, and I was like, it's crazy how I look back fondly on the lockdowns. In history, when I'm an old man, they'll ask me about them and I'll say how great it was for me. Terrible for other people, I know, but for me it was kind of magical, because it was such a turning point in life, right? Everything was so different, but because of you guys and streaming, I feel like I came out of it better than when I went into it, which is crazy considering that the lockdowns were so detrimental for so many. So thank you all, because you guys are a big part of that. So thank you. For me, my friends, we just won we won a mini Fortnite tournament with some prize money. How much time school was closed for the temporary time during the lockdown. So you managed to earn a bit of scratch as well. GG's, dude. GG's. Right, so we have an order for them from South Knot, so we're going to do that. Off to the adventurer. So, and I'll also check orders. Do we have anything else for the adventurer whilst we're on the way? Oh, damn, that's fucking far. Is that not the one we've got? Yeah, I think we've got that one. Okay, fuck it. Each racked roughly 50 or 60 quid per person in a group. Really? GG's. GG's, dude. Because yeah, it's crazy. Like, Fortnite as a free-to-play seems to have so much financial clout. Like, they've just added the gorillas. Like, I don't play it because it's not for me. They just added the gorillas. They've added all kinds of like celebrities, and then Call of Duty has started adding all kinds of celebrities and pop culture icons and stuff. And that stuff's not cheap. You know, the rights to use like someone's likeness or a character's likeness, like that's expensive stuff. You know, lots of smaller productions would have nowhere near the budget to afford that. But yeah, catch you in a minute, Dennis. Your BRB, not not BRB and minute put together. But yes, catch you in a minute. Catch you in a bit. Fucking brain. But yes, tomorrow I need to order some creatine. I have been reading that as well as creatine being a good supplement for when you're going to the gym, which I do, not much, but I do, creatine is also useful in brain function, apparently. Creatine helps create more of the substance your cells in your brain need to draw on to function. So I may be cycling, well, I am going to cycle back on to creatine after the gym, and I will see what kind of a dose before I start noticing effects. But I have been going to the gym without creatine for the last year and a half, so be interesting to cycle back onto it and see what the effects are, because I do remember feeling that it was in the region of a placebo. It wasn't like night and day, like I could cycle on and off and feel the difference like within a week. It definitely was very subtle, and I feel like it could have been a placebo. But now, having spent some time off of it and realizing that my brain function hasn't been good for a while, and potentially brain function is assisted by creatine, if I've cycled off, some of the impairment I'm noticing because of long COVID may also be partially down to the fact that I'm not on creatine anymore. But apparently creatine has been studied like crazy, and it seems to be mostly safe to use, so I'm going to add that to the roster. But I must admit, being 40 years old, when I say the roster, I'm not kidding, because we've got multivitamins for men specific multivitamins for, sometimes I get 50 plus, but I'm only 40, so. But yeah, male specific multivitamins. We've got cod liver oil, we've got collagen, we've got St. John's wort, we've got vitamin K12 or D12 or K12 or K2 D12. We've got quercetin, we've got lion's mane. Yeah, that's about it. So we've got quite a lot in the rotation, but as I say, when I cycle off of them, I do tend to notice. And I remember I went on holiday and I felt really groggy and horrible towards the end of the holiday, and it's because I forgot to take my multivitamins and all my bits and pieces with me. So I genuinely do feel worse when I cycle off of them, and it was completely organic. I just forgot to pack my multivitamins, so when my alarm went off to take all my multivitamins during the day, my supplements during the day, I was like, oh shit, I left everything at home. And yeah, by the end of the holiday I was feeling pretty groggy. So yeah, I might start experimenting with feeding and cycling back a bit more. I might experiment with cycling back on to creatine for a little while, and then give it 6 months, and then stop for a month, and try and remember to make a note in my phone if my cognitive functions are impaired or not. But anyway, there's a bunch of boring bollocks about being a middle-aged white man. Sorry. But yes, before I forget, let me hop over here. Ooh, mouse, come in. Let me hop over here and make sure I've got you followed before I lose track of everything.
It's always a pleasure.
There we go.
Without further ado, I shall process your orders.
Tell me about how much money I spent on it, by the way. I only spent money on video games after college. When I started college.
I'm curious.
Yeah, it's been a fucking expensive year. Come on, man. It's been an expensive year for video games. We've had a lot of mainstream AAA games that I've played day one. So it's been a very expensive. As video game enjoyers, we have fucking eaten this year.
Believe me, perhaps you could give him a message from just... Order completed. Well done.
Yeah, I've spent a fucking ton on games this year. And a couple of years back, I spent a ton of money on a streaming PC. So this year has been fucking crazy. But yeah, as video game enjoyers, we have fucking eaten this year. we have absolutely eaten so many absolute bangers. The Motherhood. Collect there. So, we need to kind of go over there anyway. So, I don't think we've got any orders on at the moment. Nah. Cargo management in the truck, we've got some materials and then some stuff to entrust. Yeah, so let's entrust all this cargo, recycle these materials. We'll call the Magellan. We'll get the Magellan to take us over to the Motherhood. Entrust cargo. All of that lot can be entrusted. What is it, 9 o'clock, dudes? Yeah. Yeah, that's really annoying. I don't think we're going to 5-star everybody. Oh, that's annoying. That's really annoying. I had it in my mind, in my heart, I had it that we were going to... We'll carry on, but yeah, I had it in my heart that we were going to 5-star everybody and fight that BT as a bit of a... As a bit of a change of pace. But yeah, I don't think we're going to make it, chat, I'm afraid. I don't think we're going to make it, so we'll... We're going to start Metal Gear Solid Delta tomorrow. But yeah, I may have to platinum this off stream, which will be a fucking annoying. I mean, what I could do is I could do all the bits and pieces I need and then, yeah, like hoover up a fucking shit ton of orders. And then we could... I could save them all. And then we could just jump into the game. To pop the trophy. Yeah. There won't be much to do. Anyway, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, so I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking and you want to follow in secret, once we're over on the BRB screen, the bot will say so in the chat. Once we're over there and the bot says so, there's no alerts. We don't call out follows on BRB screen. So if you want to follow secretly, please feel free. We don't call them out. We still appreciate them. But obviously, once we're over there, you can be assured that there's no follow alerts over there. But yes, I'll be right back and then we'll continue. Enjoy your watermelon. I haven't had a watermelon for ages. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Oh, fucking hell, Rockstar! You guys can't see, but there's a left and a right T button. For fuck's sake, Rockstar. Fucking hell.
Almost got a pail full.
Stop it.
Dick! Fucking dickhead.
Sit down.
Bring it on.
Fucked. There's all sorts of scary Cronenberg monsters and jump scares and everything, but we all know the scariest thing about this game is first-person platforming. And fucking grabbing with a mouse is so strange.
That's what I should have done. That's what I should have done. Look at the head. Just rolling down the fucking ramp.
The basement. Oh dear. Excuse me.
I can be a floating head. I should have got a long sleeve one. But I can be a floating head.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to jump and then land on the side of the lift, but oh my god, chat, we are fucking goated. Oh my god, chat, we are fucking goated. Let's go.
Where are you? Can I summon? Oh, I can't summon you. You're not one of the ones I can summon. So where are you? Come on. Yes, come here. Come here. Oh, no, don't fucking... And then you get stuck on a rock and then you don't go up.
Stop it.
Fuck's sake. All I need to do is just push a button and... Fuck's sake.
From memory, a rocket, usually, I think a rocket is sometimes a one shot. I mean, why are we not picking up the giant kitchen knife? Look at this giant ass fucking kitchen knife that we could be using. Why the fuck? There's all this irrigation and stuff, all these fucking farmlands everywhere. Why have we not got a fucking scythe or a fucking a sickle or even a hoe? But I suppose that's realism because I ain't got any hoes in real life either. Oh, that was a fucking stretch, breadcrumbs. Jesus Christ, excuse me.
Yeah, so we need to take a boat, head over here and get these done. Fortunately, I think there's a boat down here. But yeah, I'd rather go into the DLC like sufficiently I'd rather go into the DLC sufficiently leveled up to take on whatever I'm going to see. Oh, excuse me.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right, let me go see what they've got order-wise over here. As we said, we have got orders around here for the Ghost Hunter. So if I was to do a bit of a loop and scoop up a bunch of orders for the Ghost Hunter, I could fill the truck up. Now, the problem I've just noticed is that it takes a certain amount of time for orders to be redeployed. Means we may, even if I had time, we may end up in a situation where I just don't have private locker. I just don't have enough orders available. People that were trying to pop the platinum on Reddit were saying that they were like, I'm just waiting for time to pass in the game so orders will become active, because I can't fucking, you know, I can't make enough deliveries to actually get the platinum, which is, yeah. But yes, that is one thing that a handful of people whose opinions I respect have said that they like the way it's one big island that's accessible all the way around and everything, but I personally kind of liked the way it was broken up in the previous game, because it meant that you could kind of finish off one area before you went traipsing off somewhere else. So you had minimal backtracking because you had things contained into sort of 3 separate areas, or 3 or 4 separate areas. Can't remember. But yes, I appreciate. Can I go? No, okay.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Take that order. Everyone else has been 5-starred as far as I can see. That's fine. We've got to collect that on the way back. But on the way there, I want to make sure we check all orders for the adventurer, but also the ghost hunter. So one from the pioneer, one from the mechanic, one from the eastern. Okay, so we're going up that way anyway. And then one from the Phantom Smith. Okay, so we're going to be on the mountain a little bit. But yeah, they've only got half a star left. And we've got a few that can be, they can be S Legend of Legends. So hopefully that'll be worth a bunch of likes. But so we've got one at Hartman's lab, but I want to go to the pioneer and also the mechanic. And they're just to the right and the left. So that's not too much of a problem. So we'll go snag those. And also, I will search for the adventurer. Which is the one we've just taken on. That's the only one for the adventurer at the moment, so we have to just stick to that. Cool. So we're going to use the truck to go to the right and then back around to the left. Or actually, I think the left and then back around to the right. Might be just as efficient. Actually, no. Fuck it. I have a feeling that going to the left is actually quite long-winded. I think. The mechanics closer, aren't they? So actually, seeing as we're going to have to backtrack across our path anyway, let's go with the mechanic first. Grab what we need. Head, but fucking dust storm. And then yeah, the dust storm is cool. It makes sense for a desert environment, but damn, again, it's just another thing that obscures your view. And yeah, anything that obscures the view is taking away from the atmosphere. So yeah. Strange decision, dudes. Strange decision. But I was thinking that you can put down 2 ladders so you can drive a truck across them. And I imagine you can put down 2 chiral bridges as well. I think. Yeah, they are over there. But yes, apologies, chat. I mean, maybe I could have done a bit of research to be a bit more productive with our time, but yeah, it's 9:20. And we've only 5-starred one of the 3 people that we need to. But, who knows? This might be a 5-star for the Ghost Hunter. And that would mean we get the mission to prevent the Fort Knot from falling victim to a void out. So we can go and shoot something before the end of stream. And then I've only got 2 other. And I don't know whether the Adventurer counts as 2. Because they have 2 ratings. they both go up at the same time. So that might be our saving grace, but don't hold your breath, because I need to double check. I need to go on the social strand service and check. That's it, mate. You just run. Get right in the way. You know what? I'm going to get in the way of your friend in protest. So we need to go there to get an order, but I don't want to carry any. I don't want to take up any space. Okay, cool. That'll do.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we want to head back the way we came, but all the way over to the Pioneer. And we can pick up the road there. So let's head this way. Let's head this way, because although it's going to be a little bit slower driving on sand for some of the journey, we can pick up the road, which will immediately make us faster, so that should hopefully cancel out some of the loss we catch in terms of movement speed. Yeah, you can see, like, I get it, the weather, I get it, but fuck's sake, man, it's always overcast, it's always, and the thing is, oh, fuck off. No, fuck off. No, don't. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get that shit out of my way, brother. Oh, I forgot there's a fucking BT encounter over here. Yes, whatever. Oh my god, game. Fucking give it a rest. This is the thing, dudes. This is like the home stretch. This shouldn't be as arduous as it, but it fucking is, dudes. It fucking is. It's so tedious. It's just the amount of time I've wasted in this game is fucking wild, dudes. It's fucking wild how much time you end up wasting. So let's go the long way around, because if we go the quick way around, we get fucking attacked by a fucking BT, even though I fucking killed it. So, yeah. Apologies, dude. It's just, I'm in the home stretch, and I've never been a fan of when games do this. The home stretch, it just gets real fucking grindy towards the end. And, you know, you really have to just fucking grind it out at the end to get the platinum, even though, arguably, I've sunk more than enough time into this game. 200 hours is fucking kind of bonkers. I might check my hours played for Death Stranding 1. 200 hours is kind of bonkers. Don't damage the fucking cargo, you fucking cunt. This is what I mean, dudes. This is what I mean. You end up fucking replaying stuff. It's so fucking stupid. They just haven't thought through how some of these fucking limitations they've increased. The limitations are the same. They've just made them more severe, and by doing so, they've changed it into this kind of, like I say, this kind of a slog. It's not like a patient, methodical game. Don't run in front of my fucking truck. Yeah, the animals are dumb as shit as well. There's no way a kangaroo would just turn and run towards a vehicle like that. But anyway, yeah, as you can see, it creates these scenarios where you're like, okay, that was cheap, I'm just going to reload. That was cheap, I'm just going to reload. But it just means you end up throwing away time, that in a game that's this big, you don't want a player to be doing that, to be honest. But yeah, apologies, dudes. Like I say, sunk 200 hours going for the platinum, and as it stands, it looks like I'm not going to be able to pop the platinum before we move on to the next game, which is really fucking heartbreaking as a streamer. But from now on, I don't give a fuck about anything other than 5-starring the Ghost Hunter, because if we can at least get the Fort Knot Savior trophy, we can at least pop that. What it means is all I've got to do is 5-star a couple of people in the background in between streams, and then we can pop the platinum. But I really had it in my heart that I wanted to platinum the game on stream for you guys, but it just, like I say, the game has just started to milk it towards the end, and it's just got real fucking grindy. And yeah, it's a shame because the previous one didn't venture into this territory.
Commencing route creation. Delivery route.
The previous game didn't get this grindy. Making deliveries was still a challenge, but you know, like once you'd established your way of getting to a certain place, zip lines and ladders and ropes in all the right places, you just went about your business, and moving around in the game was so atmospheric that it felt great. This one, moving around feels less atmospheric. And yeah, the way the cargo damage feels really, really unpredictable means that you're constantly worried about what's about to happen. And as a result, you start abusing the quick saves, which kind of kills the pacing of the game and also kind of breaks the immersion a little bit. But that's a coping mechanism the player develops because of the sort of, you know, the unpredictableness, the unpredictable nature of the cargo damage, which is a shame because this kind of like outcome based on some criteria, this is like Kojima's, you know, bread and butter. When it comes to creating a bunch of criteria that establish a certain kind of gameplay, that's Kojima's jam. That's what they do well. You know, they took something like stealth and they made it popular in a world full of action games. You know, so yeah, it does feel a little bit kind of jarring to be playing a Hideo Kojima game where a lot of the lessons I've learned from the other games that they've made seem to be completely fucking ignored in this one. Not completely, but yeah, I mean the stealth in this one has been really, really bad, which is wild. Just to say that about a Kojima game just feels so wrong. You know, the stealth is normally always going to be pretty fucking good, but some games do it better than others. And in terms of like sandbox replayability stealth, Metal Gear Solid V, like their last swing at the genre before they got booted out of Konami, it's fucking brilliant. You know, like it's got all of the fucking things you need to have just hundreds and hundreds of stealth missions you can replay over and over again, and you can just enjoy. And yeah, that's a game I think that you could probably grind to 100% on stream for like probably several months, because yeah, there's just so much at your disposal, so many ways to play the game, and yeah, that's just, and the thing is that even if you didn't limit yourself to just stealth, you could limit yourself to, you could change to doing all kinds of other stuff as well, because the gunplay in that game is pretty fucking cool as well. And that's crazy. It's crazy to me that the guns feel kind of weak and trivial in this game when the guns felt pretty good in Metal Gear Solid V. And I know they're different engines, but they are the same director. And I presume the majority of the staff that worked on Metal Gear Solid V have probably migrated over to Kojima Productions. Yeah, the important ones. So yeah, the fact that the guns feel quite as weak and kind of trivial in this one, it is really a shock because, yeah, obviously when they felt a bit sort of, you know, soft and a bit kind of like, you know, pointless and a bit trivial and a bit awkward in the first game, the philosophy, the game was always going on about how, you know, don't kill people, necrosis and void outs are bad, you know, we should be trying to save everybody. The whole thing was about the extinction of the human race and we were going to try and stop that extinction. There's all kinds of anti-gun, anti-kill kind of philosophy tied up in the narrative of the first one. But this one, it wants you to get into a gunfight all the damn time, but the guns are still awkward to use and also don't feel that great to use when you do use them. So yeah, and again, this is all like a bit beneath what Kojima is capable of. So I genuinely feel that Koji did Death Stranding 1, kind of achieved what they wanted to achieve, got the first game under their belt with a bang, but wasn't really interested in doing this one. And they directed, of course, but you can feel that they weren't as invested. They're obviously, like I say, they're spreading themselves a bit thin between other projects. And you can feel it. I hate to say it, but you can feel it. It's hard to explain the difference between good direction and kind of not so good direction, but sometimes you watch a film or you play a game and it just doesn't feel like it has that cohesiveness. Like everything is supposed to be there, everything fits and everything aligns with everything. There's an organization to everything that good directing provides. And you can sometimes watch a film and the story is good, the writing is good, the actors are good, but it wasn't very well directed. So an example of this that I watched recently, like the film itself, The Bucket List, is a really, really nice concept for a film. It's a really charming, nice concept for a film. Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman are both incredibly good actors, and the writing is pretty fucking good. But the continuity in that film and some of the scene switching, some of the narrative development and the way the narrative is delivered from scene to scene, it feels a little bit disjointed. So I don't think it was directed very well. Which is a strange thing, because a project that could afford Morgan Freeman and also Jack Nicholson, I imagine they were both producers and both, earned a lot of money doing it. But yeah, it was kind of crazy to see continuity errors and like some kind of narrative unrest or narrative, not so much dissonance, but there was a narrative kind of compromise. Is it that? Yeah. I think we should just be able to fucking tank that. To be honest, is there a bridge nearby? Yeah, let's use the bridge. Yeah, the narrative and the flow of the film just didn't flow super well, and I think that's a good example of a film that has everything going for it, but the direction wasn't quite there. And I don't know who directed it. I don't want to throw shade, but yeah, there are continuity errors with characters wearing glasses, they're not wearing glasses, and yeah, like the character's position within a room kind of moves about in between. Excuse me. Be careful. So the character will be talking and it will cut to another shot and they'll be standing somewhere that doesn't align with where they were just stood, and they'll be wearing glasses and then they're not wearing glasses and then they're wearing glasses again. And little things like that, because my brain is just so incessantly fastidious. I hate that I notice it. I hate that I have that kind of brain, because I know that it doesn't really matter, but it breaks the immersion for me. Lana, the smoothie is finished, but it was Bolt from the Blue. It was Bolt from the Blue, but it is finished, unfortunately. But welcome in, it's lovely to see you again. Father's in trouble again. How are you feeling? I'm feeling pretty good, I've kind of got used to how fatigued I feel by default. So I feel okay today, but that's obviously, a little bit, lower than I'd like to be. But I've done a much more accurate spirometry test and a few breathing reaction tests at the respiratory diagnostic center. It's a half-hour drive from where I live, unfortunately. And I wore a device overnight to track my breathing and heart rate and sleeping and stuff. So I wore that overnight, and then I took it back to the hospital to have it delivered back to the center where I did the test. So that means that hopefully that information should hopefully turn up some more evidence to try and pinpoint what is exactly wrong with me. Okay, I think it's off already. So yes, so I've done some more tests and handed all the information in it, so now I've just got to wait. All I've got to do now is wait, and hopefully they'll say, right, based on what we can see, this is the next area we'd like to investigate, and then that means maybe we come across something. Yes, thank you for asking that. I appreciate that. Sure, nothing is wrong with you, but I hope you get great news. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. Right. This probably won't do it, but...
Hate to see you working at this late out.
That's worth 1,000. That's worth just under 1,000. Oh shit, okay, we're almost there. Okay, that's not bad. That ain't bad scratch. Okay, while I've got you, do you have any sub-orders that are nearby? Okay. So, orders. We've got one for the adventurer already. So, order type. So yeah, we've okay, he's in trouble again, but he's close by. That might do it, you know. That might do it. I think we've already accepted that one, so that's fine. So we're going over the mountain, and then once we deliver to him, we can go there and back. Okay. Because that's a sub-order, so that might be worth it. Because we should be able to S-rank that. It's pretty close. So, we've already got that one. So, from where we are, and also orders for the Ghost Hunter. Sorry, I need to be a little bit strategic about this, so please bear with me, chat. I'm still here. I still love you. Playing this on PC? No, PlayStation. I don't think it's been released on PC just yet. The previous one was ported to PC, and I presume they'll do the same thing with this one, but it's obviously, I think Sony have got an exclusivity deal, which is why they're funding a lot of the games. So no, we're playing on PlayStation 5. I was going to check... Oh, it's Mr. Impossible, isn't it? Yeah, we've still got a 5-star Mr. Impossible. This is what's going to burn us, dudes. Is that we need to fucking... we need to 5-star these fucking clowns, and they're really slow to fucking... But from the Phantom Smith, we can make that order. So once we're up on the mountain, we need to pick that up as we go past. We need to pick up the Phantom Smith's order, and then we head down to the Adventurer, and then, okay, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do for the next few minutes. And then we've got nothing for the Ghost Hunter at the moment. But everybody... So we've got the Ghost Hunter. Mr. Impossible. And then we've got... So yeah, I think they both count. I think the Adventurer and the Adventurer's Son, I think they both count. So we have got 3. And the Adventurer, hopefully we can pop. The Ghost Hunter, hopefully we can pop. So we've got 2 hours. So if we get our foot into it, we may very well get close enough for me to sacrifice not going to bed. But I'm at a stage where I've grinded against this game for a fucking long time now, and yeah, like I say, as you guys can tell, the last week I have fully kind of run out of patience with its flaws. Because I don't want to say flaws like I'm saying I hate the game. I'm just acknowledging the fact that every game has flaws, and if the rest of the game is good enough, it's easy enough to overlook said flaws, and that's just how games that are good versus games that are not so good work. Some games have only a handful of flaws that are quite minor, but they're present and they're noticeable. But the rest of the game is so phenomenally good that you can forgive it the flaws. Some games have a lot of flaws, and there isn't enough game that's actually worth playing in there, and therefore you can play it, but it's a 6 out of 10. You know, it's a flat out 5.5, 6 out of 10, because it keeps dropping the ball. Whereas some games, you know, almost everything's perfect apart from a handful of bits, and those bits don't come up very often. So actually, they knew what they were doing when they made the game. They didn't lean too heavily into the things the game doesn't shine at, and yeah, as a result, it's pretty good. So Cupid needs to be turned on because I want that ghost mech to go away. I would very much like the ghost mech that's going to be up there to go away. So I need to get out of my fucking vehicle. I'll turn it on. Right, cool. Yes, I've had fatigue for quite some time, but like I say, I've recently become aware through Dr. Rachel Barr, who I highly recommend following on Instagram. They're also on TikTok as well, but they're a neurobiologist, I think. So they discuss an awful lot of things centering around the external stimuli of the world and the internal brain function and reactions involved in what those do to your brain, which is very interesting to learn about, because they can explain to you the chemical reactions responsible for how you feel about things and why you respond differently to different things. And all of that is really good context for navigating your experiences as a human being. So yeah, I highly recommend them as a creator. So we're heading up here because one of our orders, we need to be there, that ridge right there. So we're going to have to, I mean, it might be worth turning left now, but it's pretty steep. Pretty fucking steep. We can give it a try. We could give it the college try. But yes, they were talking recently about creatine and how it's not just good for fitness and gym, it is also good for brain function. I apologise that I'm repeating myself for those of you that were here earlier. But yes, just to bring Lana Darling up to speed. Yes. Creatine, it does, I think it's phosphates, it helps with the transmission of of what the brain cells need to function as at their best.
Is your cargo all right?
Oh, this is the problem, chat. No. Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking pie hole, game. Oh yeah, there was a save right there. Okay, cool. So we can, excuse me. Fucking streamer nose is real, dudes. Yeah, it's really interesting to understand the chemistry behind how our brains respond and how people have learned how to hijack them. That's the terrifying thing, is how well advertisers, social media, and various other nefarious people have learned how to hijack the chemical reactions of the brain to hijack basically your attention span and a few other sort of cognitive characteristics, which sucks. I wish people didn't do shit like that, but unfortunately that's not the world we live in. People do be doing that shit, and knowing about how it works, watching something on TV and being like, damn, they are doing this because that's going to create this reaction in my brain, and then you see straight through it. But obviously, neurobiology is not the most common knowledge. It's obviously a PhD field, so it's not the sort of stuff that the majority of people are privy to. But thankfully, creators like Rachel, they share that stuff on social media in very nice, well-packaged chunks of information, which is obviously a great delivery method. And what's interesting for me about them as a creator is I know that they're fully aware. They are fully aware of how social media is designed and how it's supposed to work. So my initial interest in their content was, okay, how does a neurobiologist post? Because if anybody's going to know how to fucking trick people's attention spans and, you know, and I didn't know how genuine they really were. Calm down. Calm down. Stop fucking stealing control of the truck so you can damage my cargo on purpose. But yeah, I was like, how does a neurobiologist post? Because if I can learn something about their posting pattern, their content delivery, I can piggyback off of their expertise, which is a little bit cheeky, but I'm sorry, you know, that's just how the world works. So I'm going to drive through fucking BTs, but hopefully I can boost past them. But no, after watching a few of their clips and responding to a few of their posts and actually interacting with them a small bit, not much, you know, just chatting on a post very briefly. I'm not friends with them or anything, don't worry. But not that I wouldn't be, but yeah, really interesting to hear how they succinctly describe quite complicated processes. No, you fucking stupid cunt. There's a fucking transponder on this fucking... This is what I mean, chat. You just get robbed. You get fucking robbed by the stupidest shit. And I'm only rushing because the fucking BTs... Sorry, dudes. I've fucking had it. I have no further patience to give this game. I just don't have any more patience to give. It has exhausted my patience in a number of ways, and I'm just... I've given it my all. I've given it the time. I've given it the effort. Just let me fucking win, dude. It just keeps mugging me off in ways that are so frustrating. So what happened there was I got a little bit of speed, and then the ramp for the shelter that I was driving over sent me upwards, and there's a fucking transponder thing which floats above things to let you know that there's a transponder there. Oh, I'm driving up the fucking hill. I'm cutting back. I don't fucking care. Sorry. Fuck's sake, dude. But it counts as a fucking collision box. And I tapped it, and I wasn't going that fast because I was going uphill, up another ramp, so I wasn't going that fast, but I tapped it, and that was enough to make all my cargo explode, not just get a bit of damage. So yeah. It be what it be. We go again. Apologies, chat. Please bear with. Just gonna have to jump through the hoops. This game is kind of artificially shoving in my face to grab this cargo to deliver to this person, but I'm hoping what this means is once we grab this cargo and deliver to the adventurer, and then once we've delivered to the adventurer, we do their sub order, that's enough to 5-star them, because then that means we've only got the ghost hunter left to 5-star, because no, and Mr. Impossible. I keep forgetting Mr. Impossible. And I hate to say it, but those characters have been really sort of annoying to me, and the fact that they take a real grind to 5-star, because their sub orders have been fucking garbage. You know, do a loop of the map, fighting enemies and collecting items without letting the items get damaged in 45 minutes. Nah. I will probably end up looking up. Oh yeah, I just use the ramp breadcrumbs. That's what it's there for. That's what it's there for. Basically there to give you invincibility. Right, so now we've got to drive up there to get the fucking items, and then we can fuck off this way. We need to go to the Phantom Smith. I can't forget. We've got to go to the fucking Phantom Smith. So we've got zip lines to get over there. So I don't know how much cargo are we actually collecting. How big is the cargo we're collecting? Because it might be easier to get there on foot. So we're collecting Pieces of cargo. What's the order say? It says 3 large cargo. So we should be able to pick those up on foot. And I think we've got zip lines along that ridge. I think. We've got a zip line there. We've got a zip line right next to it, which is pretty nice. So I think from this zip line here, which needs to be repaired. So I could spend some chiral crystals doing that. I'm hoping that one is 200 meters away. So yeah, I think if we aim for the zip line that's down here, I think we can zip line up there, grab the stuff and come back down rather than trying to take the truck up there. Because I don't want to risk damaging the cargo taking the truck up there if I don't have to. So we are going to need to drive down the other side though. So it's so foggy. Here comes the fog, chat. And we just head back up a little bit. So I would like to be over there. Don't damage my cargo, you fuck. I'd like to be up there because I can use the zip line from there to... Oh, actually, I don't know. I don't know for sure, so let me just drive down to the zip line and drive back up. It's fine. We're going to have to drive up the hill anyway, so... Let me head down this way. Let me get a marker on this zip line. This is the thing, chat. Here we are. This is just the gameplay. This is the gameplay. It's just constantly having to come up with this elaborate scheme rather than planning your journey and then enjoying executing that plan with a little bit of deviation just for variety. In this one, you're really layering the strategy, and in doing so, it does start to get a little bit... This is what I think a lot of people felt like with the first game. I think the first game just was way too much for some people, and they seem to have doubled down on it for this one. But they have made it more combat focused, so this is kind of fucked, so I'm gonna sacrifice the 800 chiral crystals to repair it because that's the right thing to do. What do you mean no connecting zip lines? There's one right up there. So that was a waste of chiral crystals because we can't even... Yeah, I think they need to do a patch that allows us to change the... we should be able to access the connections and be able to amend them, because what's happened there is somebody... I think what's happened is somebody's made that zip line connecting to this one, but with a bending sort of path. But something about the way zip lines are stored on the centralized server is still kind of old school, like the first game, where you can't bend zip lines. So if it doesn't have line of sight, it doesn't connect. And in the process of doing so...
Not enough oxygen up here.
What we have is a situation where... Right, this zip line here, because we're going over there. Cool. What we have is a situation where people are going to be fucking dismantling the zip lines because they don't connect. However, that should connect. It really isn't that much of a bend, to be honest. So I don't know why. Because part of me thinks that yes, people might be just stupid and just put them down for no reason. But I can't help thinking it's a server error, where the server isn't respecting the fact that people have spent the time to make a connection that's bent, but the server isn't remembering the bend properly. Aye, this is fucking ridiculous. 1, 2, and then I hope there's one further up. Right, so snag that. Sam, stop. Honestly, dudes, like the game, it doesn't just give you the warning shot like Death Stranding 1. You're just walking, and then Sam just fucking completely loses all fucking logic and composure, and just fucking yeets. And yeah, it's not fun or cool gameplay. And yes, they can have a like. And yeah, the climbing, you can see how badly the collision mesh versus the geometry that's being rendered by the new shader. It looks really cool. Like there's so much more detail and geometry to the rock surfaces, and it makes them look so much more real and so much more compelling. But yeah, the collision mesh underneath is way too primitive. So there's a bit of a disconnect between the two. So you're never quite sure what you're standing on or climbing, which is not a good feeling. Unfortunately, but yes, I'm sorry. I just, like I say, I've played the game too much, and that's my fault. My fault. I have played the game way too much. Play the game too much. Let the things that I don't like get to me too much, and because yeah, even like the surface texture and the way the light catches on the surface of the snow, it's a significant step up in visual fidelity over the first game. And in Decima as a whole, which I think is a real testament to Kojima's commitment to... Right, while I'm going down this hill, I'm quick saving because I have a feeling some invisible part of the mesh that I can't see is suddenly going to damage the truck. Right, I'm going to check this terrain here. It's not too bad. Yeah, we should be okay. Yeah, I'd rather stay up because we're going to have to drive up anyway. Stuff like this, you've got to be real careful about cresting over bits of terrain because you can suddenly get airborne without really wanting to. See what I mean, dudes? How was that like something I could have been aware of? How was that something I could have been aware of? I just went over a tiny little bump. Cargo damage. It's just... it feels very faked, you know, whereas in the first one, oh, that was a bit of a bump. I probably deserved that. This one, you just go over the slightest bump, cargo damage. It's like, but I barely bumped the truck, barely went over a bump. Then other times I've like driven straight into something, like bang, and it's made a noise, no cargo damage. I'm just like, yeah. Don't agree, dudes. Do not agree. Inconsistent cargo damage physics. Hurt the immersion, fortunately. So yeah, but like I say, it is, I'm willing to demonstrate accountability and admit that part of my disappointment is my own fault. I shouldn't have gone into it with the expectations I did. I was a fool. I thought Hideo Kadadi would serve me well, but obviously they're into their era where they don't want to keep making sequels. They want to move on, and that's perfectly fine. Like, I don't have like an issue with that. But this game shouldn't have existed if he wasn't going to do it. The full Kojima experience, you know. We deserve the full Kojima experience or nothing at all. I think that's a pretty fair expectation. So we need to go to the Phantom Smith because they've got an order as well, and then we head all the way down to the Adventurer, and hopefully with the last hour of stream we can tick them off at the very least. So we're going down here, and then after this crest on the right, after this jump on the right. We get off the path because these guys need it more than I do. But yes, apologies, I'm trying super hard to not be negative about it, but yeah, it's just I went into it with expectations, and not only did it not quite hit the same as the first game, they've kind of pivoted it a little bit towards being more combat focused, which is arguably the last thing this kind of game needs. There's so many third-person open-world action games that have gunplay, and you know, you've got Just Cause, you've got Far Cry, you've got all sorts of stuff like that. This Death Stranding should have remained the sort of, you know, the nice, peaceful kind of like laid-back, open-world, sandboxy puzzle kind of game. And you can have a bit of action in it here and there, but yeah, I think going for more atmospheric would have been the way. I'll make this delivery just in case. It might unlock another order for the Adventurer or the Ghost Hunter, but we'll check. But yes, I would really like to start a new game tomorrow. I've had fun, but I've had my fun. You know, I've had my fun. At this point, I'm kind of milking it. And that's why the flaws or the things that I dislike about it, that's why it's kind of getting to me so much. I'll take that because we need to 5-star those clowns anyway. So, yes. Put that in there, we're all good. Cargo management, all this stuff that I've got on my back can go in the truck because I don't want to damage it. Oh, my spine.
Thank you.
I'm going to do a quick review of my cargo. Right, everything's in good shape. Cool, which means I'll do a quick save at this point because we're heading down the mountain. Oh no, we're heading across the mountain rather. So we're heading, we could continue driving up. Part of me wants to just head down though and then go past B. Yeah, I think that's the safer way. So down. And then head for here. And then head this way. Yes, apologies, chat. Like I say, I'm in the final stages. The platinum has, it's weird. Like I say, because of the way tutorials are these days, I quite often give up on platinums, and I wish I didn't, because I remember the turning point when PlayStation 3 didn't have trophies, but Xbox did, and I thought, you know, I'm not really that fussed about like gathering, you know, fake, pretend little achievements in games. Like the story and, you know, what the game wants me to do is enough for me. But they added trophies, and then I got a game that I really liked, and then I thought, you know what, I might platinum this, and I ground away at it, and the game was really solid, so I didn't get fed up with it. And yeah, platinuming it felt like really cool, and I was like, I guess I do like trophies. And then for PlayStation 3 and 4, I did genuinely try to platinum games. I did think about the platinum before I started playing. I sort of, you know, checked. I would type in collectibles, you know, for games, and I'd say, okay, so there's, you know, how many collectibles are there in the first level? I would look up the number of collectibles, so I would know how many I would have needed per level without spoiling myself as to where to go. And I would get to the end of the level and I would redo it to do the collectibles if I had the time. But these days I've got so many fucking games to play and so little time that, yeah, trophy hunting kind of took a back seat, unfortunately, because as much as I enjoy hunting trophies, do you see what I mean about this cargo damage, dude? It's fucking ridiculous. You just start doing a wheelie out of nowhere and then your cargo gets damaged. Just so stupid, because the previous game didn't do it. I don't know whether they've changed the truck or made the cargo more sensitive, but fuck me, dudes. Because the thing is, when you establish a challenge, if the player can just easily surpass it with doing a quick save and just reloading a save, it's a pointless fucking limitation. Because if it can be negated that easily, it's not worth being there, because all it does is create friction by way of making the player reload an earlier save to just not get that RNG with the truck again. So it doesn't have a reason for being like that. You might as well just make the truck as lenient as it was before, because all people are going to do is quick save and load. So you can't apply that restriction or that challenge in a way that's actually going to generate gameplay, because people are just going to load up and try again, rather than, you know, try to tiptoe around with a truck that's supposed to speed things up. So yeah, stuff like this, dudes. I'm not like a master game designer, so, you know, when I unpick something like that, and I'm like, oh, it's just not a good choice. I can't think of a rational reason why that would add gameplay, add value to the player. It kind of just is like a friction that the player has to deal with that doesn't then create some sort of fun gameplay loop or challenge or mechanic. You just abuse the quick save system, and abusing the quick save system is not good gameplay, right? You're not playing the game, you're cheating, you know? I feel like I'm cheating every time I just load up a quick save. But it's a mechanism that allows us to overcome the friction that we encounter. So it's what I'm doing. And that's what players will do, right? What players won't do is take an ad break. But as a streamer, I have to take an ad break. So yes, apologies, chat. I know I've been very negative, but yeah, it's just... Another whole stream has gone by. And do you know what it is? It's that fucking trophy yesterday. The one that we did so many deliveries that didn't do anything. If we just knew what we needed to do, we could have done that, and then we could have been doing this last stream, and then we'd probably be there by now. That fucking season porter trophy is so poorly worded and structured that it just wasted a bunch of time, which is really annoying. Anyway, as I say, we have got an ad break coming up. I'll pop you guys over there and I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. Please feel free to take a break yourselves. You won't miss anything. But yes, and again, apologies. I'm going to try and be a bit more positive. But yeah, it's only because I speak my mind. I tell you guys the truth. I'm not going to pretend like everything's all great all the time, because it's insincere, and you guys deserve better than that. So I hope you know that I'm this honest about things, because of, you know, I know it means something to you guys that I'm honest with you. People that are like, everything's amazing all the time, please sponsor me. It's just, it feels so sick, and I'm not at that level anyway. But it's very insincere, I think. But anyway, let people get the bag. Don't judge them. But yes, I'll be back shortly.
Leave this one to me. Instantly gets booted in the face.
That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous, dude.
Let me unplug it and plug it back in again to force it to completely reset. I'll just select something that doesn't exist for the meantime. For fuck's sake, I was literally just talking about how good it is. Let me see if I can reach around here. That's right, you heard me. Reach around. Do that. And then, what is this emote? Did you make it into an emote? That's fucking brilliant.
Stop it.
That's why he's a spear type enemy.
Does he fuck? Fuck, he does!
I'll do a quick check to see where the other great stars is. So that was done that. I think we only really want to do the quest just to speak to them. We'll leave that up there. We don't need that. So, where to find it? On the guarded carriage, towed by 2 trolls in Altus Plateau, which is, as you say, not miles away. Really isn't miles away, is it? So yeah, let's do that. It's a shame a bunch of people.
This is totally like blocked off to me. I can go up these ones, but then, are you kidding me? Fucking hell, man! He's got heat-seeking loads. He is a female porn star's worst nightmare.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right, as I say, unfortunately, when games are like this, the quick save abuse comes out, and that is just how it be. But yes, we go over this ridge, we deliver to the adventurer. We've got 2 orders to deliver to them. We've got 2 orders, and they're both going to be Legend of Legends. I know we've got 1 order for them, and then 1 order for Mr. Impossible. And then an order for the Ghost Hunter. And yeah, that's a bit of a fucking that's on me. The fact that we have to keep going back to the Ghost Hunter, that's on me. Because unfortunately, some of the orders we need are up on the... Anyway, I'll stop wasting time, Breadcrumbs, so you can talk about this while you're driving. Unfortunately, some of the orders are going to be up on the mountain for the Ghost Hunter, so I've got to go up the mountain to get the orders. So yeah, if I could... Oh yeah, we've got 2 orders for the Adventurer, because the Adventurer has an order for us as soon as we get there. And it's a sub-order, which I think are pretty juicy. I think they give you more likes. So... we're going to go... This isn't the ridge we need to crest over, so it's not worth the risk. But yes, as I say, chat, I apologise. I like to try and have some positive and some negative things to say, because I think it's important that you don't glaze a game super hard, and it's important that you don't over criticize it. It's important to try and see where the balance is, because ultimately, like, there isn't really... It's quite rare that a game is categorically and objectively and categorically bad. You know, the Gollum game and the King Kong game that came out a year ago or something, they were objectively bad games, right? So those obviously are bad games. But a lot of games, when you try and be sort of magnanimous and you try and separate your subjectivity and your biases from your opinion of the game to see the game for what it is, yeah, I think it's much more sort of mature and kind of fair to say that the game isn't for me or isn't for you or whatever, you know? Because yes, we were discussing Resident Evil games the other day in George's chat, and I mentioned how I used to look at 6 and feel a little bit kind of like, what is the point of this? But I have since I first saw 6 as a game, Resident Evil 6, I have since met people that don't really go in for the other Resident Evil games, but they love 6, like they love it. And it kind of made me aware of the fact that my preference for traditional survival horror creates a bias, which made me unable to see that in and of itself, in a vacuum, in isolation, when you consider that Resident Evil 6 is not trying to be survival horror, it's trying to be a ridiculous action game.
You must have seen my post on
It is, and it achieves what it sets out to do. So in that regard, it achieves what it sets out to do, and therefore it's a good game. But it's not for me, you know? So yeah, it's an interesting kind of like, you know, when you start to separate your preferences and your subjective bias. Nothing. you start to realize that once you understand that not every game is for you and not every game needs to be judged by you and your preferences, actually a bunch of games that, like, for me, I have no interest in Fortnite or Call of Duty or whatever, but I can see how people enjoy those games because of what they provide and what people want out of them. So that means that I can see how people enjoy them, even though I know deep down in my heart they're not for me, and I can appreciate them and respect them for what they are, even if I disagree with some of the practices or whatever. But yeah, I think we have to do this on foot because it might give us some music on the way back. So even though this might take a bit longer, I don't think we can put the adventurer in a vehicle. I think that's the gimmick. But he's over there somewhere. He's over there somewhere. It's only 500 meters, so we can jog that. It's fine. Mostly flat ground, so it's okay. We need a full send redeem where Bread has to full send it even over a ridge, and a snippet of Solo from Freebird. Have most of my friends all my life have been non-bad toxic people. Pays out. I like memories of 1 and 2 I got from not from another game could do this in this category. I'm not sure what you mean, sorry. But yes, I think that as I get older and I understand that I can still have preferences, but I feel less inclined to try and compare my preferences to others, and I'm more than happy to admit that my preferences and my inherent biases, because I have said preferences, is one of the reasons why I may dislike something, but that doesn't necessarily make it bad. It just isn't for me.
Missing in this area, didn't he? You see anything, Sam?
Oh, he's fucking in the... I remember this one. Okay, hang on. I think I know what we got to do. So, chat, you may not have noticed this because we didn't use it the entire playthrough, but...
What's happening? Let us go! Hey! What is this place?
We're over here, chat. So, where the fuck are they going to be? Because yeah, we don't really have any time to waste, to be honest. So, but yes, the large BT jellyfish thing. Crater F3, Death Stranding 2. Can I just get a picture of the map that tells me where he's going to be, or is it randomized? Is it randomized? Head north from Hartman's lab to use a coffin, but find the adventure on the central island Oh shit, we need a fucking coffin board, dudes. Because they're on the fucking central island. Okay, that's fucked. Because how deep? How deep is it? Is it yellow? Oh, that's them, isn't it? I can see the fucking strand. Right, quick save. Because I don't think we can walk that far. Oh, it isn't that bad at all. Okay, it isn't that bad at all. So, bear with, chat. It stays yellow. And there's a coffin board there for us. Perfect. Because I don't know if... Oh, shit. We were running. It was fine, chat. I don't know whether we can teleport back with Mei, and it'll take us back. Oh shit!
Wait, look over there, Sam. Is that a person lying on the ground? Sam, it's the... Sam, look out for the catchers. We need to get out of here right now.
Oh, fucking geometry, please. Give me a fucking break. Right, so I'm going to steal this coffin board and take it all the way back to safety. Because we now need to get to the adventure on the other side of the fucking mountain, my dudes. That is fucking redonkulous. Redonkulous. But yeah, let me leave. And let me just check. Does it say we can use them to get back? No. Coffin board, find the island at the center. Find the adventure on the island. Find the adventure. He triggers a trophy. Scars left by giants. No, we've already done that. Find the adventurer. Oh, this is just the yeah, okay. Just going to be talking about the fucking trophy, not the actual fucking... Sucked into a jellyfish cow hybrid BT. Yes, we did. But we can use this coffin board to get back to civilization at the very least. But unfortunately, I don't think we can use the same trick with the BTs to... the same trick with the BT to get back. Are we? And we're going to go over... Yeah, okay. Okay. And then we don't have a time, but we need to go... We have got something for the go... Yeah. So... it'll be in my truck, though. Fuck. Okay. That was a bit of a fail, because we're over this side of the map now. Okay. Okay. We couldn't really have planned for that, so it'd be what it be. So we continue heading up, and then we hang a right. Past Hartman's lab, down, back over. I don't know if this guy actually takes damage, like cargo. He probably does. So we want to be somewhat careful. But, at the same time, time is of the essence. Not to be dramatic to try and stretch for content, but yes, time is of the essence right now. Because I'm hoping... don't do that! See what I mean? I let go of the brake for a fucking second. for a split second. And Matey Boy is damaged 1%. But I don't think damage actually matters because it's a sub-order. But yeah, dudes. I let go of the fucking brake for a split second to stop that from happening. And we go over a bump and it damages the cargo. It's just, yeah. Fair play game. You've decided to make it more sensitive. But in the process, you made it tedious and annoying rather than challenging. And I know people will be in the comments like, oh, he's coping. But yeah, ask anyone who's fucking platinum this game about how annoying it is when you drive over a pebble. Cargo damage. When you're like fucking when you're like 10 meters away from your destination. You've been real careful the whole way. And then you drive over something like that stone right there, cargo damage, and it's like, for fuck's sake, you didn't even see it because the game was at night. Right, I need to guide myself through here, so I might head for the river, which is directly to our right. Yeah, whatever. And then yes, the river is nice and flat and smooth and guides us where we need to go. They can't turn it into tar, so there can't be any catches. All we've got to do is just use it to take us away from the danger. Careful, you motherfucker. Careful, you motherfucker. Right, okay, cool. So we're now eventually going to get to a point where it starts to be miniature waterfalls. And at that point, we duck off to the right, because if we carry on any further, we're going up the mountain, which we kind of want to do, to be honest. But I feel like maybe going across here. And then I might even just use the monorail and drop. I might just fucking ditch the coffin board once we get to the monorail, to be honest. So, from where we are, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of hearts and minds, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will to seek, to find, and not to yield. I butchered that and I apologize. One of my favorite poems from Tennyson, and I fucking butchered it, but you're welcome to look it up. Just Google Tennyson, T-E-N-T-E-N-N-Y, son, S-O-N. That which we are, we are. Right, and now we can zip line most of the way. All the way to, yeah, all the way to Fort Knock, can't we? Then we can just jump down. Yeah. So we want to head away from the mine. Away from the mine. Yes, doesn't go through. Cool. So, right, excuse me. I will get my shit together in a moment, chat, I promise. But yes, I set myself the goal of 5-starring everybody as we played through. We got a little bit out of sync along the way. A few trophies were a little bit ambiguous. And that's it's kind of loaded pressure towards the end of the playthrough. And the things that kind of hold it back and kind of make it a worse game for me, the things that detract from the experience just keep cropping up. And doing all of the orders that you need to 5-star people has forced me into doing some of the stuff that I don't like, which is unfortunately a sacrifice I've had to make for the platinum. But like I say, making the sacrifices for the platinum, and it looks as if we may not... Oh, you fucking... Oh, no, I don't want that one. Please tell me I can connect to that one from here. Please tell me, because, yeah, I don't want to... Unless... Does this go up and over the mountain? Actually, you know what? Maybe I'm full of shit, chat. Maybe. Maybe this will connect us to... Maybe this will be a bit of a shortcut because we've got a zip line to the adventure, so maybe we can zip line it from here. That would be a nice touch if we could zip line it from here. However, this zip line is not looking so good, so I may check who built it, and I may sacrifice some chiral crystals to repair it whilst we're here, because we're not under a time limit. So this is the right thing to do, is to hop down and turn around carefully, activate the terminal and repair it. Because we all benefit from the zip lines. Sack of shit. You motherfucking sack of shit. I take it all back. Fuck zip lines. Okay. I hope I don't have to go back to get back online, because yeah, that's annoying. Please let me connect to that one there. It's not a terminal. Ah, okay. For fuck's sake. Yeah, okay. That's annoying. I thought we could zip line it the rest of the way, but that is not the case. So, need to be careful. Because yeah, it's real close. Right, excuse me. But yes, like I say, I went into the game with expectations, which is dangerous, and I've been burned, and that's partially my fault. You shouldn't put games on a pedestal until you've played them. But on top of that, it's also let me down in a few areas, and also the platinum grind has been far worse for me this time around, because building a zipline network and doing 5-star deliveries or S-rank deliveries to every terminal, every shelter in Death Stranding 1, the process of building a zipline network was really interesting to me. I really enjoyed it, you know. It kind of mixed the open world walking sim, the open world walking sim kind of thing mixed with the whole craft 'em up kind of survival game kind of, yeah. It kind of hybridized those two kind of mechanics, and I loved it. So even though we've done a bit of that in this one, yeah, it just didn't hit as hard. But some of these deliveries are kind of ridiculous. I swear to God, there is a door in the fucking building next door. There is a door that slams so fucking loud. Hang on a sec. Please stop slamming that door. I've had enough, chat. I've had enough. I swear to God. It isn't somebody revving a motorcycle engine. It's this door slamming so fucking loud. I can hear it all the way over here. It's fucking ridiculous, dudes. Sorry. This is what happens, dudes. I've grinded into this game to fucking get it done. Right, can I go up this way? Because I think I put that one down. No, someone else did. But there's one there.
Commencing route creation.
400 meters, yeah. No, it doesn't connect, does it? But we could walk that, and then we're on the zip lines to get over to there. We want to go there. This is the thing. Oh, chap, why do people do this? Why do people do this? And we can't get back to... Right, what's the ground like here? Okay, fuck it, let me just jump down and then we'll walk this bit. But yeah, this is it, chat. This is the problem. is that between the game just being, you know, it wants to put up a challenge for getting from A to B, people also put things down in stupid places and don't realize they're fucking up somebody else's journey. And I suppose it's a problem with this kind of game type, is that somebody else can put something down or build something that negatively affects another player, but it can also lead to people building things that massively help other players. So I suppose that's just a double-edged sword with this kind of mechanic. So it's just, you got to take the rough with the smooth. So as annoying as it is, I kind of have to accept it. But yes, as I say, chat, I know it hasn't been the most interesting game to watch. The viewership hasn't been great, and it has really worn me down. It's worn my patience. It's tested my patience and actually worn me down to a point where I'm immediately stressed. It's not like I start the game up and I'm like, okay, yeah, it's not that bad, it's not that bad, it's not that bad. And after, like, you know, an hour or two of things being stressful, shit happens and I'm just like, fuck off. Stop mugging me off. I'm done. I'm done with you. Stop mugging me off. Just let me fucking win. I'm done. I'm done. Anyway, apologies, chat. We have a slightly different game, which we can't be spoiled on because there's no story spoilers for a remake. Game looks really pretty. I'm going to get it on PC because I want to see how pretty it looks. I've seen people complaining about performance, but at this stage, I don't even listen to it anymore. Every single game that releases, there is always a group of people complaining about performance, and I'm starting to think that because I've played a bunch of Unreal Engine 5 games, and my PC's not bad. You know, it's not fucking Threadripper 5090 rather. It's not like a $6,000 PC, but it's no slouch either. But I really didn't feel that much of a problem with Silent Hill 2 Remake. So as far as remakes in Unreal Engine 5 go that are from Konami, although I appreciate it could be a completely different team, and as for Unreal Engine 5 performance on my machine anyway, it seems to be mostly okay. And the silly thing is, right, I see people like complaining that the performance is bad, there's stutter, there's blah 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 blah, and then somebody else is complaining that the frame rate is capped at 60. And it's like, so what you're saying is that there's performance issues on some machine, because there's always some machine with problems. There's performance issues on some machines, so they've obviously optimized and then cap the frame rate at 60 FPS, which is something they do with all the other, you know, Master Collection editions and everything. They're capped at 60, and 60 for Metal Gear Solid is fine, right? It's not flick mouse 360 no scope. It's not that kind of game, right? It's very slow, it's very methodical. There are action sequences, but they're from the 2000s, right? They're PlayStation 2 games, you know, with action sequences. They're not, you know, quick scoping whilst you're fucking leaning out of a train or something. It's, yeah, there are on-rail shooting sequences and that sort of stuff, but it's obviously quite dialed back because the games were designed back in a time when systems couldn't really move that quickly. Yeah, they didn't have the processing power to move the game that quickly, so action sequences were obviously nowhere near as what you'd expect as of today. But anyway, but yeah, 60 FPS is fine, so I'm hoping 1440p 60 FPS is possible. And yeah, we'll stream to YouTube at 1440p as well, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the stream looks like afterwards when I check the VOD, because you guys will be able to see even more of the imperfections, because my camera, although it's not the best camera out there, it is pretty damn sharp. And the extra resolution will continue to expose all of the blemishes and wrinkles, and, you know, I think at some point you guys might be able to see my grey hairs. I don't have a lot. I'm quite lucky. I'm 40 years old. I don't have that many grey hairs, but they have started to appear. But I think that, you know, getting to 40 and only having them just start to show up, I think that's pretty good going. You know, bless him, my brother's younger than me, and he's already got greys you can see pretty clearly. And I think I just got lucky with the hair genes, because my dad's hair hasn't gone very grey. It has faded with time because he's almost 70 now, I think. But yeah, his hair has fallen out, so he's gone bald on the top. But it still has some color to it. So the color gene of his hair's color, his genes are quite strong. Whereas my mum's hair went grey very young, but it hasn't fallen out. Her hair is still very thick, even though she's, you know, again, in her 60s, 70s. So I think I got lucky because I got the density of my mum's hair, but the color of my dad's hair. So I've got thick, dark hair, even at 40, which is pleasant, I must admit, because, yeah, I know that for men, when your hair starts to go, that's when your age really starts to show. So I'm quite lucky that my testosterone levels govern the fact that I have a pretty thick beard, or thick enough to be noticed, even when it's just stubble. Whereas some men have very, very thin beards and they're quite patchy and stuff. And also my hair is pretty good, so that's probably one of the contributing factors as to why I don't look my age, which is very fortunate. I'm very, very lucky in that sense, because I know people that make a lot of effort to try and look after themselves, and I just didn't. I still managed to look younger than I am. Anyway, we have a nice charming bit of low roar to enjoy. This is why I play Death Stranding. But it's all the more poignant because I remember hearing, but I forgot that one of the members of the band passed away, sadly. So the fact that Death Stranding 2 doesn't have more low roar is because there is no more low roar. So yeah, whenever one of the songs plays, fucking rooster. But yeah, I don't like all of their stuff, but the stuff that I like, because of Death Stranding, it just, yeah. And I'm not ashamed to admit that if I'm going to go on a nice long walk somewhere and low roar comes up on my shuffle, I used to put it on purpose, but now I've got it in my rotation, and occasionally everything aligns and I'll be walking somewhere and I'm listening to music when I walk because, of course, why would you not? Yeah, I'll be walking somewhere and yeah, Nobody Loves You Like Me, or Without You, or what are the other ones I've got on there? But yeah, it will just fade in slowly because that's how the music is, and yeah, it just reminds me of how much I enjoyed Death Stranding 1. And yes, despite my criticisms, I've clearly enjoyed Death Stranding 2. It's just also got under my skin a little bit, which is a shame. But I think that's quite fair. The people that I've spoken to have also said that it's not quite there. Doesn't quite top the original, the first one. Right, game. Right now you have the opportunity to be really, really cool. And if you could just 5-star both of these people, that would be really cool. So I got an S rank, 1,000 likes. We get the music. Yes! Okay.
You know, Sam, meeting you may have been one of the most pivotal moments of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and take more fabrication materials from our stores.
Right, so I'm going to check, and I really hope what it says. Yeah, I'm sorry. The people in the shelters have not been anywhere near as interesting. So, go on, Sam. Man's fucking strong. Yeah, so why the fuck did I have to fucking carry him all the damn time?
I can never thank you enough for everything you've done for me. Let us keep on keeping on, Sam.
Right.
Well done.
Yeah, we need to get to the... So, with that being the case... $40 out of 40, yeah, so we've just got to do... Terminal... No. Who have we got? We've got 2. Who have we still got to 5-star? Excuse me. Because we've got Mr. Impossible. Mr. Impossible and the Ghost Hunter, okay. That makes sense, right. But yeah, as I say, the deliveries for the fucking Mr. Impossible are fucking so fucking ridiculous. So, and we've got an order in here for the Ghost Hunter, haven't we? I think. So I think we're going to have to just fucking tank it, hit the road, and make the delivery for the Ghost Hunter. And also Mr. Impossible, okay. So all the lost cargo we can entrust just for the likes. Excuse me. Because that delivery is for Hartman's lab, okay. Special alloys from... Oh, shit, okay, hang on. There's a special alloys delivery for the Ghost Hunter, and also... Fuck, we didn't go to the fucking Phantom Smith, even though I fucking said we should. Right, okay, sorry. So, in that case, we're driving up the mountain to grab those 2, because those 2, plus the one we've got, might be enough. We might squeeze it, chat. Hold on to your softies. Hold on to your soft bits. We might squeeze the Terminal Fort Knot Savior trophy, whatever the hell it's called. The wording is terrible. But yes, if we go up there and get those 2, that's got to be enough to 5-star that motherfucker. That's got to be... Did somebody put a fucking gun what are you shooting with this gun? What are you shooting with this gun? You're a fucking idiot. Sorry, I'm so fed up with crashing into pointless structures. It is so infuriating. Oh, it's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying. It's so annoying. Because the truck is so tall, you just don't see stuff. It's so annoying. Because I didn't want to do this. And I have to go around this and then avoid all this lot. But yeah, excuse me. As you can see, I'm very low on patience, so I apologise, dudes. Please bear with. We are closing in on the platinum, and I'm starting to think, even though my sleeping schedule is so fucking garbage at the moment, and I should raid out at 11 o'clock, I'm starting to think that just to fucking get it done, because I'm technically going to have to stay up until midnight to get paid by my company to buy Metal Gear Solid Delta anyway. So I don't think I'm getting to bed at a reasonable time anyway. So... But... It's been a long grind. But I'm getting that kind of like... We're almost there, kind of like that last wind. So we need to get up to the Phantom Smith and also to there. And then, so the Phantom Smith, we should get to the Phantom Smith first, because we can then go up the hill to pick up that one. Then we can just go down here. Oh, that's where the BTs are. We can go over. Oh, fuck you. Do I have the Cupid turned on though? Yeah, it's already on. Because if we go to the observation place, I know we've got a zip line down to the Phantom Smith anyway. And then we've got to drive down here, but yeah, there are BTs. But driving up here is, yeah, like ridiculous. So I suppose it's fucking it's a dozen of one, and you know, it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. I suppose it doesn't make a fucking difference, does it? Just fucking get up there and get on with it, breadcrumbs. I think somebody's using my signs to get across the first tar pit area to the inventor, which is nice. Oh, it's okay. Do kind of want to go this way anyway. Turn, fucking truck. Yeah, and sometimes the truck like gets this weird lean forwards or backwards or to the side, and you just can't get it to fucking settle down and steer. And I get that it's realistic. The truck detects how many wheels are touching the ground to govern how much of a turning force you've got, which is nice. It's a nice bit of realism, but sometimes you're just driving along and the truck's like, meh, and then you can't steer. You have to stop and wait for it to go, meh, and then you can fucking steer. Truth about Death. Oh yeah, I haven't got any time for clickbait at the moment, dude. So slowly over the edge, very slowly over the edge. And actually, what we do is we go back a little bit and then we turn here, because doing a U-turn slows us down and allows us to use some of the more lenient geometry and not damage anything. And then we use the zip lines here to go down to the Phantom Smith. We do a save and then we kamikaze down the fucking hill. And then we head to the Ghost Hunter. And then, yeah. Shit, I hope we can get down there from here. But yes, we might be able to tick up. So we've ticked off the Adventurer and the Adventurer's Son. We might be able to tick off the Ghost Hunter, and we might be able to tick off the saved Fort Knott, Terminal Fort Knott trophy. And at that point, all we've got to do is just fucking 5-star those fucking clowns. And that's it. That's all we got to do. That's all we've got to do, chat. because obviously what I'll need to do is I'll need to check how many orders we've got, because before I start trying and going until fucking midnight, I want to check how many stars, how many likes it takes to fully 5-star the Mr. Impossible shelter, and then we can count how many we've got, figure out how many likes we get per order, which I know is time not spent gaming, playing the game, but it will allow us to gauge, is it going to be another 7 deliveries, which we can't do because we've only got 2, or is it just another 1 or 2 deliveries? If we're close, we're close. Right, so speaking of which, I would like an order for... $252. It should be available. Do you know what? I was beating myself up because I didn't go to the Phantom Smith. But I did. In the truck. So, please excuse me. Got confused. We've already got it. And we're going past there anyway. I'm going to check. But we've got an order to get from the observatory place. And then we can use the truck to go down there. We'll do a save, because I'm going to have to fucking boost past a bunch of BTs. And then, yes, that might be enough to 5-star the Ghost Hunter. And then we can focus on that fight with the BT, which I don't need to S-rank, but me being a prick, I'm probably going to try and S-rank it. But Rocket Launcher was definitely doing the business. Rocket Launcher, where you actually let it lock on, it fires like multiple rockets rather than just one slow-moving one. Definitely did the trick with that other big BT. So if we can get that done, that would be a nice victory, and then I can check how many likes Mr. Impossible needs, unless anybody in chat is feeling very generous and wants to look up how many likes it takes to 5-star Mr. Impossible. Because from there I can gauge how many, how many deliveries we've got left and roughly how much time we've got. But yes, I'm hoping I can 5-star the Ghost Hunter without having to go to Hartman's lab, because that's a little bit out of the way. And I'd rather not spend the time going all the way over there, back up the hill, then back down the hill, past all the fucking brigands or mules or whatever you want to call them. But yes, apologies, chat. We're getting to the we're getting down to the nitty gritty, and I'm grinding for that trophy. But I wanted to do it all live. This is the thing. I wanted to get it done live. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Right, that's my order. I want that one. Nothing for Mr. Possible, that's fine. We accept that bad boy. Whack all that lot. Might as well chuck it in the old backpack. Good to go.
Order accepted.
Cool.
Thank you.
Because yes, it would be nice to review and check all of the really meaningful upgrades you can get, and then create a guide explaining how to get all of the upgrades. So the level 2 gloves, the B-Pass guy upgrades, so getting to them as quickly as possible. But yeah, the level 2 gloves, you don't want to sleep on them at all. And a few other things like the level 3 skeleton and everything. So figuring out which porters do you really want to fucking hit up first. Smash all the deliveries for the porters that give you stuff that really helps your deliveries, and then the rest of your deliveries should be easy for the rest of the game. Right, cool. So, quick brief check. All the cargo is in good nick. We've got some lost cargo, which I'll get rid of once we're down there. I can't be asked to go back now. But yes, all the cargo for delivery is in good nick. So that one, we can go over there at some point. So, at this point, we create a save. Because from here, we've got to fucking kamikaze it down the hill. And I might try and create a save before we get to the BTs. But I need to do so without damaging any cargo. And without the BTs causing me too much fucking grief. But yeah, dudes, running into some fucking random ass structure that's been put somewhere with absolutely no thought. It's just kind of like... It's just, yeah, it's like, it's clearly just people not really buying into the whole kind of methodical way of playing a game like this. And they're like, let's just build a fucking generator next to a road. It's like, well, not next to a road to farm likes, but just, you know, not far away from a shelter or whatever. It's just sort of like, that's completely pointless, you know? Like, people can recharge their batteries somewhere else. So what you want to do is you want to build generators at intervals going up a hill so that people's vehicles can be recharged. Those are the ones that should get a bunch of likes. Right, so we're not far. And cargo is all still good. All still good. So, quick save there. Because, yes, we're about to enter BT Valley. And shit is about to get real. But yes, I'm hoping this is enough to get us that final mission for the Ghost Hunter. And that final mission is enough to trigger one of the last trophies, and then from there all we've got to do is focus on every delivery. Yep, there we go. Every delivery for the Mr. Impossible. You see, you try and detect them, but it just spawns them in front of you, dudes. You try and see him coming. Okay. As soon as we're allowed to. As soon as we're allowed to. Cool. Okay, we got a quick save on the other side. Perfect. So. Perfect. Right, so. Down the hill. Try to be careful. Try and get to the Ghost Hunter reasonably unscathed. Make a bunch of deliveries all to the Ghost Hunter and hopefully 5-star Nurser, welcome in. Completed this on this a week or so ago. I feel your pain. Want some info on Mr. Impossible leveling? Well, at this point, we're not miles away. We're really not miles away. So what I need to do is just farm, and we've got such a small amount, and we've got an order for them already. But if I just quickly search for Mr. Impossible, thank you for offering. It's very kind of you. So that is horrible. We've already got that order, so we've got no other orders available at the moment. So if this doesn't do it, then I just have to bite the bullet and accept defeat. At the moment, I'm going to try and 5-star the Ghost Hunter. I've got a couple of orders for the Ghost Hunter. We've got some special alloys for them, and we've also got some phantom speakers. Nothing's been damaged, so it should be S rank. And we've also got the stuff crypto. So yeah, that might be enough. I don't know. But yes, it would be good to know how many likes Mr. Impossible takes to 5-star. Because I don't think it says there. But on the social strand service. So I imagine it's 1,600 likes. Let's check. Death Stranding 2 Mr. Impossible likes for 5-star. So it's not likes per se, in the final mission. You, oh fuck's sake! So we have to do that final mission. Yeah, well, that's it. That's it. Yeah, we're not going to get the platinum then. Do you know what? Mr. Impossible as a... I fucking hated those two. Absolutely hated them. So yeah, thank you for clarifying for me. I'm sorry that I'm in a bad mood. But yeah, thank you for clarifying. So at least I didn't waste my time. But yeah, so you've got to do that last mission. Me too, yeah. Fuck me, man. They're fucking annoying. They're really fucking annoying. Anyway, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up. But seeing as we're short on time, and I want to get done what we're going to get done, I'm going to let the ad play, which I don't usually do for anybody that's not subbed, that's not been here before. I don't usually let the ads play. I usually take a break. But seeing as we're short on time and I need to get some stuff done, I am unfortunately going to take this opportunity to let the ads play. So I do apologise. You're obviously not going to miss anything too exciting. We've done the story. So all we're doing is just kind of making deliveries. So you're not going to be missing out on any primo content. And even if there isn't really any primo content here to begin with, but yeah, don't panic. You're not going to... Oh, I'm so fucking done with BTs, dude. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't care. I do not care. I could not care any less if you fucking paid me. Leave me alone. It's a pretty short little... Oh, it's not that short, is it? But anyway. Fun fact, they're actually YouTuber twins, IRL. I bet. Should I go leave some hate on some of their... No, I wouldn't do that. But yeah, the whole kind of super energetic... They're obviously in their late 20s, early 30s, maybe even older. But the whole kind of children's TV presenter, like really polished, super energetic. Hey gang, how's it going? That's really cool. Yeah, gnarly. Fucking hate it. It's just, it makes my skin crawl. It fucking makes my skin crawl. Because yeah, a bunch of them turn out to be I mean, I'm not going to say anything about these two, but a bunch of them turn out to be nonsense. Or just really inappropriate in general. And you'd like to think, you know, being a kids' TV presenter, you'd, oh, fuck off. So we might be able to get the 5-star.
Is the drawbridge Cupid?
Yeah, you don't have to fucking tell me every time, dude. Shut up. Shut up. You can tell just because they're young Australian. The thing is, I know loads of young Australian lads, and they're all cool as fuck. Genuinely. They're all cool as fuck. So yeah, but just it doesn't matter if they're Australian, American, English. The whole kind of like super energetic YouTube personality, it just grinds on me, and I don't appreciate it. Oh my god, we're not getting the platinum tonight, lads. We're not getting the platinum. We're not getting the platinum.
Order completed. Well done.
Fuck, man, this game has really, really fucking left me a lot to be desired. How far away is that? Oh, it's the other... It's literally the other side of the mountain. And yeah, we're not popping the platinum tonight, so... Ay. Save down there. Have a mission you got to do for him to get... Yeah, well, yeah, I mean... Let me check. Is... There'll be an elimination mission that he gives you once you 5-star him, and that elimination mission will be to save Terminal Fort Knot. So yeah, we've got more deliveries to make, and unfortunately, we have just run out of time. So yeah, Mr. Impossible can fucking blow me. I've really disliked a lot of their deliveries, and I don't like them as characters. Ghost Hunter, I kind of fucking slept on. When I was in this area, I should have been doing more deliveries, but I didn't get any deliveries for them. It's weird. I unlocked them, and then there were just never any deliveries for the Ghost Hunter whilst I was in this part of the island. And we moved on, and then there's a bunch of orders to backtrack to, which I don't really appreciate. I think they should have rejigged the orders so that, you know, the data scientists and, you know, they should have been. But yeah, shoulda, coulda, woulda. It is what it is. We've got to save down, and with that being the case, I've gone on a bit longer than I usually would, but unfortunately, as you guys can see, it's going to be another few hours before we're able to pop the plat. And that is significantly disheartening and a bit disappointing. But as I say, it is what it is, and it be what it be. I can't do anything about it. And I've already been stressed out by this game enough, so I'm going to have to just put that one to bed, unfortunately. But yeah, I've got all achievements on Dystopica. Rage, build houses, and put on ads at all sizes. Don't care if I've got left behind. Right, I'll jump you guys over here. Because yes, I will take the opportunity to try and get to sleep at a reasonable time because it's already 11:15. But yes, thank you guys for being here. Those are your raid messages. First one is for subs. Second one is for non-subs. Please feel free to copy and paste the one that pertains to you. Under that, we've got all the socials. We've got the Discord, which is nice and cozy. It's not super busy. I don't ping in there every day. It's nice and chilled out. And obviously, you get you get the most up to date and the most clear and easiest go live notifications for the stream. We've also got a photography section, technology section, meme section, that sort of thing. Bell in stoppage time. Sir Mo coming in at the last second for a bell. Like to see it. Good to see you, dude. I hope you're well. Yes, ding-a-ling. Yes, but yes, and you've got the YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. You guys know how social media works. It's a fairly well-known concept. But yes, apologies, chat. Yeah, that was a bit of a grind today, and unfortunately, it didn't pay. Can I just have a tab of my own channel, please? Is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask? Right. So, who have we got on the left-hand side here? Anyone I know? Anybody that I like? Who have we got in the Death Stranding category? Yeah, so following, and let me have a quick look. Who have we got? Got 3, Elden Ring. Yeah, sure. It's funny when you see somebody that started streaming properly like 6 months ago, suddenly just jump up in performance at the same time as everyone else being caught viewbotting. Pretty funny. Right. Who should we go say hello to? We have a quick scroll through and should we raid Gino? We've got 800 viewers. Be a bit awkward. What are they playing? Yeah, what the fuck are they playing? They're playing Snake Eater, so even though it's not a spoiled game, a spoiler game for me, I still follow that creator. I don't really like them. Sorry, I follow so many fucking people. Right. I know a dude who's really fucking cool. They're super chill, and they're playing Night Rain, which is loads of fun to watch because it's pretty fast paced. They're also hilarious. They've got like a great sense of humor, and they've been streaming for a long time, so I know they're safe hands. So I'll pop you guys on the raid there. YouTube, thank you for hanging out. Everybody on YouTube, it is time to say goodbye, unfortunately, but I will be live tomorrow. Midday onwards. UK time. We're going to be playing Metal Gear Solid Delta, the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. Metal Gear Solid 3 is one of my favorite games, so a remake would be really cool. We got the announcement. I was live when the announcement happened, which was kind of cool. So yeah, I've been psyched on that since, even though we've played a lot of remakes recently. But yeah, the other remakes we've played have been pretty good. So I'm hoping remakes as a as an option or a notion are starting to get better, because we've had a few duds, and it's nice to see a few remakes that have actually taken off. But anyway, we're going to go see Quitty. K-Dub is fucking hilarious. They got a great sense of humor. They've been streaming for ages. Really good at Souls games, and does a bunch of other stuff as well. And they're a really funny dude. Like, I've had so many great humorous times over in their stream. They're fucking hilarious at times, most of the time, in fact. So yeah, I'm sure you'll have a great time with them. They're safe fans. I know I can trust them, of course. Very, very good streamer. Thank you all for being here. Sorry for getting stressed, but as you guys can see, I was really trying to fucking close that out, and the fear that it's set in, the likes don't even matter. It's the mission that gives you the 5-star. That's what's pissing me off the most. Excuse me. Anyway, we're going to raid over. Not now, man. I'm trying to raid out. But anyway, the raid's going to go through any second. Excuse me. Thank you, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Fuck's sake.